Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our continuing playthrough, our continuing Hunt-A-Killer Retirement Marathon playthrough. This is a series continuing throughout December where we rush to finish off these old games from Hunt-A-Killer that are being officially retired at the end of the year in just a few short weeks, and after which these games may not be playable. We have already played through a season called The Woods, a 5-part experience, a standalone experience, but one which has a trilogy of seasons. And tonight we'll be playing the second season called The Mountain. Lots to discuss before we get started here, but let me go to the chat because we've got people in the chat here today joining me who have some experience with this. Elaine Covington sent me these boxes, all of the boxes from the Empty Faces series, The Woods, which we just finished playing, The Mountain, and then after this is The Mine, and then 2 more seasons of a totally different series called Earthbreak, a science fiction series. We're going to try to get through all of it in December. I do think we are going to be able to make it. Took us a little less than a week to play through the first season of Empty Faces, The Woods. And I think I'm going to be able to even ramp up my frequency of live streaming so that we can get maybe 1 1/4 done each week. We've got sort of 5 seasons to get through. And if we do 1 and a little more per week, we're going to make it. We are pushing our luck here in terms of wearing thin our patience and frustration. And it did show itself when I played the finale of The Woods on Thursday. It was a pretty rough session, but I think we all agreed that was mostly due to some failures in the finale of that game, The Woods. Although the storytelling was amazing, we don't know how much the storytelling is going to continue in this second season called The Mountain. But if the storytelling is anywhere near as good as the storytelling in the first season, which was a story about a young girl who came from a line of witches and a spirit had sort of attacked her, it was really actually quite moving, just let down a little bit by the puzzles. Now, Elaine Covington was very generous, and we should all express our thanks to Elaine, not just for sending me these out-of-print Hunt-A-Killer series, but it goes beyond that. First of all, Elaine has kept immaculate condition. Most of the items that when she played the game that could have been used up, she did not use. She went to extreme length. But well beyond that, Elaine has prepared copies of the online content, most of which we didn't need to use for our playthrough of The Woods, but it may very well be that there are some multimedia elements of The Mountain that are already offline. And Elaine has made copies of them and enclosed with this box a USB stick with the recordings of the videos, and she's given me a little summary of things to watch out for. So, I mean, she's gone well beyond what any of us could have hoped for. And really, she's making it possible for us to play these games. And that's a good opportunity for me to remind you that we're playing these, have to enjoy and play them and discuss them like normal, but we're also playing these and pushing through to try to get them all done to sort of archive these, because we don't think there are full playthroughs of these games that we're playing in December. And so we're creating a record of them. Maybe the designers of this game will feel bad that this game has disappeared from the world, but we're going to try to record it. Okay. But we are going to, that's the other thing, we are going to go to the hints more frequently than we normally do. And I think that strategy paid off for the woods, where I did resist still quite a bit. But most of the time we went to the hints, we said, oh my God, thank God we got to the hints, because we never would have figured this out. And it does feel like the puzzle design in the woods, which was originally released in 2018 by a spin-off company from Hunt to Killer before it got reabsorbed, it did feel like they were finding their way with puzzles and like challenges. Like, how hard should it be? How much brute force should players have to do? So we're going to see. It's going to be interesting to see if some of the complaints we had for the woods wasn't remedied a little bit in this second and third season, but we are going to go to the hints more frequently than we normally would. Now, I also want to draw some attention to some of the comments here. So, Matt says, I assume you can play them in any order. I think that's right, but there is a logical order to play them, which is what we're playing. Melissa asked the question I'm very curious about, whether this is going to be a continuing storyline. Matt says, and I think he said earlier, this season, The Mountain, seems to have been retired a long time ago. Like, it's officially being retired by Hunt to Killer at the December 2025, but actually much of the content has been gone and retired quite a while ago. And Garden Pass, who's Elaine Covington, says, I heard that Hunt to Killer was forced to retire The Mountain early because the supplier of one of the game's components died off, and they couldn't find an alternate source. That's a weird thing. And Elaine says, there are definitely Easter eggs in all the Empty Faces games. For example, the Doctor's obituary in the last box requested donations to the organization featured in this game. So there is a continuation. Derek says, there is a podcast called Blackwood that helps you explain the case more. That's interesting. Matt says, I looked at the difficulty of these boxes on their website. It says the Woods was a 3, which we found quite difficult at times. The Mine is a 5. And Earthbreak is a 5. Well, what about The Mountain, which is what we're playing today? Okay. Matt says he's proud of me. I assume he's saying he's proud of me for going to the hints early instead of resisting. I did resist quite a bit. And I did get pretty angry on Thursday. For some good reason, I think. Okay, anything else for us to talk about before we get started today? I have started to put up some reviews on the channel. I owe a bunch of reviews. We tried something a little different at the end of The Woods, where I recorded a review as part of the final session, but we don't have to worry about that tonight. I hope that tonight we can get through 2 boxes. If it's anything like the others, and it makes sense that the first box takes longer than the others, so it shouldn't be too troubling if our first box takes a little bit longer than the others. Certainly feels heavier. Actually, this whole set feels kind of heavy. All right, so I have cut it, but you'll remember this is Elaine's copy of the online content. What? Oh, I didn't turn on. Let's see. Hold on. I forgot to turn on the overhead cameras. Let's see if we can get this back working. Okay. So, this is Elaine's work. She's prepared copies of the online content, printouts, including the USB stick is in here, which I already copied to the tablet, and then a copy of the hints and reveals if we need them, and the website goes down. But we think the website for the hints and reveals are available. Now, I know, according to Elaine, that one of our complaints from playing The Woods, one of the things that we struggled with a little bit, is that it wasn't clear what our objective was at the end of each box. The modern escape room style games, the modern subscription games, modern versions of Haunted Killer that are broken into parts or boxes always say, like, this is your objective for this box. The Woods didn't do any of that. I'm told by Elaine that the way these next seasons worked is that there was a quiz to take at the end of each box. Quiz may or may not be online anymore, but we do have Elaine's version. But she says the quiz is hard. Just try to understand it as much as possible and then go to the quiz. But it does feel like we're going to have something to test whether we're ready to proceed. Okay, so I see the first thing is this notebook. It's actually rather elaborate. It's got these two symbols. Now, I did save nearby the alphabet from the Woods in case it comes up again. And sure enough, we know this is an E and this is an F. That was partly how we decrypted it. But look at this fancy binding with these red straps. I guess you could put a pen here. Anything in this, or is this just another notebook? Okay, so this was just the process of giving you a blank notebook to keep your notes in. We never write in any of these. Nothing else in it. Okay, contents. And password for the reveal and stuff. And then online deer survey. I think that is Elaine's note that says at the end we're supposed to do the deer survey. Radiant Mountain. Okay, we'll worry about all that in a bit. Radiant Mountain, and I wonder if this is anything. Does this look like anything? It looks completely symmetric, yeah? So probably not a code of any sort. Radiant Mountain, okay. And maybe, what? Maybe a little symbol here, a logo of some sort of the mountain. Can you see that? A little bit. Okay, what the hell? It's a pair of headphones with the logo of Radiant Mountain on it. Okay, what is Radiant Mountain? We don't know. All right, a bracelet of some sort. It's leather with some beads. Okay. All right, already it's a little bit creepy here. Oh, I suppose I should use my... Okay, let's look at what we've got here. Our minds are open to the future. Visit www.radiantmountain.life free meditation and enter code FAWN for your free virtual meditation workshop from the Radiant Mountain. No idea what that is. It's not a continuation of our previous case. But I see everything we have is branded Radiant Mountain. The Veridiction of Raven Welgrim III. The Veridiction. I don't know that word. What is a Veridiction? And there's the logo of the Radiant Mountain again. What is a Veridiction? Well, veridical, you would think that would mean like the truth. I wonder if this is like the true telling of Raven the Welgrim III. Let's open it up and see what it is. Okay. I'm a little creeped out already by this organization. Okay, we've got a little photo here of a family eating dinner. I don't know what this is. Put this aside for a second. Journey toward truth. The stages of the spiritual family life begin with the newborn fawn who spends its time learning how to walk and how to see, and through everyday interaction with the world around it, eventually begins to resemble its adult phase, the deer. The deer is the foundation of our family, where all new adult members begin their journey up Radiant Mountain. The sparrow is swift and efficient, perfect for reaching out into the world and singing the sweet songs of family and love for the worthy and curious to hear. The squirrel is industrious and prepared, working tirelessly so the family may survive the winter. The raven is kind and wise, the head of the family, and serves as guide, leads us to truth. Okay. Deer, sparrow, squirrel, and raven. Love of the family. Love of family. Love those above you, for they have endured already what you endure. Love those below you, for they seek to achieve what you have achieved. Love those with you, for they share your joys and burdens. Okay, that's nice. Love of self. Love your mind, for it holds within the journey to wisdom and happiness. Love your hands, for they craft the vessels through which the divine reaches us. Love your feet, for they move the earth beneath you as your position becomes aligned with divinity and love. Okay. So far, nothing bad here. Souls and vessels. We must all recognize what divinity resides within us and love ourselves through what is divine. Yet posterity alone will not ensure connection to divinity. The spark of the universe influences us to create new conduits to channel that very divinity, that spark of the universe, from distant havens to the depths of our souls. May we each in turn touch that spark of the universe that grants us truth. Okay, a little bit new agey animal stuff. Nothing troublesome. The dark and the light each have their place. It's neither for us to seek the light nor avoid the dark, but to learn and understand from both. Our very souls are gifts, and through light, though light does not penetrate our skin, in the deep dark of our earthly vessels we believe our soul to exist. Yet we are open. We wait to fill ourselves with the new understanding, the truth we so desperately need to find our way to family and love. Okay. Nothing really bad here, just a little bit of a new agey little thing, but focused on family. Light and dark, I mean, that's a classic thing you see in many spiritual traditions. Welcome all who seek family and love and truth. I, Raven Wellgram III, do here attest the truth, that you might suffer no more and join us in our blissful retreat upon the Radiant Mountain. Our sanctuary is our rock from which our spirituality grows. A fertile rock such as this is no more impossible than your acceptance and salvation. Be at hand for the dawn of a new age, happiness, love, unity. The Radiant Mountain. The Radiant Mountain and all of its children fear not the wandering life, for our restlessness has been soothed. The Radiant Mountain and all of its children fear not the changing world, for our minds are open to the future. The Radiant Mountain and all of its children fear not the dying body, for our souls exist in harmony with the universe. We are the family that supports each other on our journey up the mountain. Okay. Sounds reasonable. Cult alert, says Matt. I love a good cult story. Verification. Well, we know what verification is. We know what verification is. You verify something to be true. But this is not verification. This is veridiction. The question is, what is veridiction? Not what is verification. But I think maybe Melissa just typed verification, but maybe she looked at veridiction. A veridiction might be a statement that is true according to a specific worldview. Okay, well, that makes sense. A veridiction is a statement of the truth of the world by Raven Wellgram III. All right. All about family and trusting the mountaintop. Okay, but then in this was this. Orphan, I am qui observat. You must join our family. Read ministry to seek universal retribution validated. In varieties of reverent spiritualisms, onward receive grace. Who is last is first, who is first is will last. What range summit? What use DT 8996? What change constant? Why pass? DT 8996. Why strange? Unique. Well, that's weird. Orphan, I am qui observat. You must join our family. Read ministry to seek universal retribution. And all these words are written, all of the words in this quote are capitalized. That's weird. And then these answers are totally weird. And this whole quote is very awkwardly phrased. Like, I'm looking, can we make words out of the first letters? RMTSURVI. Actually, that does look like words, like not RMT, but SURVIV, survivors, ORG, survivors org, RMTS, that's a RMTP is a protocol where you could hear something. An old real media protocol. RMT survivor, SURV, survivors org. RMT survivor org or survivors org. That's pretty creepy. Let's just write it out here. I mean, it does seem like it's a website or something. RMTS. It's not, I think it should be RMTP, but okay, let's not worry about that for a second. RMT survivors org. So maybe you might expect a website that is rmtsurvivor.org, or it's a protocol that's RMTS. But it seems like it should be, this is going to be a website or something. And then I wonder if this isn't telling us something. Summit, constant, unique, orphan. Well, we'll worry about that in a second. Was there anything else? I feel like there was something else we were supposed to remember to check. Okay, but let's just keep these together. All right, we don't know where that's from. Is there an introduction letter? Yes. We should have probably started here. Survivors. Oral, thank you. Survivors.org. Okay, we probably should have started with this intro letter. The Radiant Mountain Life. All right, we've gotten a letter. This is us. I guess we're dear candidate. Dear candidate, you are cordially invited to join the Radiant Mountain. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we, the Radiant Mountain children, are confident you will love. For decades, we at Radiant Mountain have been helping folks with untapped potential to fulfill their greatest dreams. With our expert guidance, you can achieve everything you've ever aspired to. By attending our meetings and meditative retreats, up our lush hiking trails, as well as taking advantage of all the services and support we have to offer, you will unlock the secrets of happiness, fulfillment, and a love only a select few have ever known. And that's just the start. Together, you and I will help our family make a better world for all. In my own life, I have discovered that the path to success is paved with the success of others. I have helped other Radiant Mountain children get out of crippling debt and alleviated their stress. I've helped other communities by building houses in poverty-stricken neighborhoods, and I have personally overcome my own emotional hurdles and healed the wounds of my past. But all that would have been unattainable without the support of Radiant Mountain and its fellowship, which is why our organization is dedicated to helping each other find peace, truth, and understanding. We at Radiant Mountain use our collective power to do good for our members. We band together to send our children to their dream college and to help them find their perfect job. Okay. Through community outreach, we help lost folks get back on the right track and support any who struggle in life by bringing them into our fold. Join us now by visiting our website and taking our initiate survey at www.radiantmountain.life/initiate and reserve a seat of power and reverence in our brave new world. Your membership will be the greatest gift of all. Warmly, Frederick Lisbon Jr. Radiant Mountain Sparrow. Okay, this guy is a sparrow. And we have been invited to join this cult. The sparrow is swift and efficient, perfect for reaching out into the world and singing the sweet songs of family and love for the worthy and curious. I mean, yes, okay, it looks like some sort of cult, but they're trying to help people into college, get good jobs, so they're not like totally isolated from the world. Okay, on the back is this custom paper stock. Don't see anything fishy about it. Let's see what else we got. Why would you want to leave? It sounds great. Radiant Mountain Survivor. This might be a website for people who left the group. Aha, I see. Survivors. Okay. Do you ever feel lost in the world? Do you wish for some place to belong? Do you seek truth, wisdom, a better, more fulfilling life? It's the Radiant Mountain. We offer weekly gatherings, guided meditation, lifestyle coaching, community outreach, philanthropy events, and more. The Radiant Mountain can provide all this and more. Our teachings emphasize the importance of spiritual insight and inner strength paired with a healthy, active lifestyle. Join the Radiant Mountain family to experience a new way of life. Journey with us to reach the peak of enlightenment and explore the roots of your existence. Become a child of the Radiant Mountain today. To begin your journey, visit our website. So we got the generic website. We got the initiate page that we've been invited to. Okay, so far, nothing too creepy. We've got a business card that suggests that we visit the free meditation page and enter the code FAWN for our free virtual meditation workshop. Okay. And then we've got a card here that says it's the Deer's Prayer. Is this? This verse of innocence and curiosity is a plea by those who wish to be open to the truth. Pause at the closing of each line to allow so that they may resonate in pursuit of a deeper meaning. Pause at the closing of each line to allow that they may resonate. And it looks like this is the Deer's Prayer. Come, O mountain, bless my climb. Show me the best way to go. Spring of knowledge, ebb and flow. Cleanse me, help my spirit lift. Free my heart from sorrow too. Make me open to thy wisdom. Teach me how to love thy name. Okay. And then the last item we have in this physical set is, having not explored this, of course, it just looks like generic plastic beads. Guess it's tied in a weird way. Okay, let's read this last thing. The Radiant Mountain invites you to adorn yourself with this humble talisman and begin your journey on the path to enlightenment. While the beads may look all the same now, they each protect an aspect of the truth that is only revealed when they are seared by natural light. So maybe these are glow in the dark or somehow respond to light or heat. The beads may look all the same now. They each protect an aspect of the truth that is only revealed when they are seared by natural light. Gold holds the warmth we feel beneath the ever-burning peak. Rose holds the love we feel for both our family and the divine. Indigo holds nothing, like the vessels we strive to become. Violet holds divinity, the spark of the universe we seek to channel. Each bead has its place on the string, just as each member has a place in the family. Now, there's something a little weird. It mentions 4 colors, but yet there are 7 bead colors. 7 beads. Does it glow in the dark? Doesn't look glow in the dark to me. I mean, we could... Natural light. Okay, I don't have natural light, but I have this light. I don't see anything weird happening to the colors. All right, we'll worry about that later. So this goes with this. Nothing on the back. Okay, those are our physical items. So it looks like, unless there's something going on here, but this just look like they're headphones that plug in. They've even got the logo of the mountain on them. So imagine you're riding a bus or a subway and you see the person next to you with these in there. Okay, but we don't know what that's all about. But we've got a bunch of websites. It's actually a bunch of pages on the Radiant Mountain website. And then we have this that was snuck into our brochure that suggests a different website. Okay, it's all fun and games until they steal all your money, cut off your family, and have you drink poison Kool-Aid. Okay, let's not go to the nasty website. Let's just enjoy our new welcoming home in our new cult. Okay, let's go to the official website, and then we'll check out the pages that were recommended to us. Sounds like they want us to conduct an initiate survey. Okay, so let's get ready. Let's see how much trouble it's going to be accessing everything. Maybe we'll try Firefox today. Okay. www.radiantmountain.life. Let's see if this website still works. Okay, Radiant Mountain does work. Here we are. Welcome to Radiant Mountain. Our minds are open to the future. Okay, let's read this. Radiant Mountain is a place where the lost are found. It's a place where the curious search for truth. It's a place of peace, love, and family. The Radiant Mountain family is made up of people who have come together from all walks of life for one purpose, to search for true enlightenment. We achieve this goal in many ways while on our one true path. Here we embrace nature and ancient practices in order to pass down our ancestral wisdom to each generation. Radiant Mountain's vast and rich history inspires us to embrace the future. Not only are we an old and well-established organization with an abundance of resources and connections at our disposal, we also work hard to progress in our modern era. Radiant Mountain utilizes both new and old technologies in order to help our family seek out the truth, making the search for truth easier than ever. Radiant Mountain provides a multitude of programs for its family, from personal growth workshops such as guided meditations to social outreach such as scholarships and employment opportunities. Many in our family also take advantage of our wonderful food and housing programs. On top of that, we have countless opportunities for youth engagement. All Radiant Mountain children are schooled and cared for so that they can reach their true potential. Discover what it means to be part of Radiant Mountain. Join us today. Take our survey to become a fawn. Okay, so that's probably the initiate survey that they want us to take. Where is this Radiant Mountain? Here's some testimonials. Raven Welgram III is the most inspiring person I've ever met. He believes that we can change the world, and I believe it too, says Mavis Webb. Truly life-changing, says Violet Bradshaw. Radiant Mountain truly encourages me to reach my full potential, says Whitney Porter. Ricky Quintada says, I'm so fortunate to have been born into the Radiant Mountain. My parents were members, their parents before them. Raven Welgram III has been teaching me since birth, and the family has been there for me through good times and bad. I'd feel so empty without them in my life. Now that I'm finally a sparrow, I can help our family grow even more. I want us to keep growing and growing until we've saved every last soul in need. I encourage everyone from all walks of life to join our journey. Here's Beth Garson says, Radiant Mountain is more than just a place to gather and meditate. It's a family full of individuals who truly care about one another. First, I was nervous about joining a new group of people, but they welcomed me with open arms. I've never felt such a sense of belonging. Harris Kabransky says, my life was in chaos before I joined. I made some bad choices I felt I couldn't take back. But a member of Radiant Mountain approached me and told me they could help turn my life around. In just a few months, I had a new place to call home. And here's Lewis Franklin saying, I've been a part of Radiant Mountain for over 3 decades. It's a place you never want to leave. My family taught me the importance of compassion and inner peace. I can honestly say I'm a better person because of the Raven's guidance. All right, before we scroll down, let's start our survey. Okay, so this is not the initiate page, actually. This is some compatibility thing. So we were told we were invited on our welcome letter to go to the initiate page. And when I typed in the survey here, we got sent to this page. And this page says Typeform has moved to a new address. That sounds like this was not intended to be here, but hit the button. Okay, let me just see. If we click this continue, where does it take us? Okay, this is right. So, but we don't know what, this is not the page we were directed to by the invite. This is a separate page. Welcome, future family member. We're so happy you're interested in joining the Radiant Mountain community. This survey is a quick evaluation to see if you're a good fit for our fellowship. Okay. Let's click I'm ready. What are you seeking with Radiant Mountain? I mean, what? We don't even, we're not some undercover thing, I guess. Like, we don't even know why we've gotten this invitation. I'll tell you what this reminds me a little bit of. A very classic movie that I've mentioned before on this channel, 1970s, classic 1970s movie. Who knows what movie I'm talking about? Let's see. I've mentioned it before. Elaine says, Cooper's Rock, West Virginia is the setting for all the Empty Faces games. Okay. Ruby Kennedy says, I'm happy to find your channel. I'm trying to write a game for my local market. It's fun to watch how people solve. Okay, Jonathan says Wicker Man. Well, that's a classic movie from the 70s, Wicker Man, that got remade with Nicolas Cage, but that's not the movie I'm thinking of. Anytime I see a survey for a cult that asks questions, only one movie comes to mind. What movie would that be? Taking a cult questionnaire. There is one movie that is the classic movie for this. Classic 1970s, Rosemary's Baby. No. Surely someone knows what movie I'm talking about. This is like the channel quiz. Jonathan normally knows these. I've mentioned this movie before. Shame on you if you haven't seen it. All right, I'm going to give another 30 seconds for someone to answer. Then I'll just tell you the answer and we'll go back. Really no Parallax View. Spelled wrong, but right answer. Warren Beatty, Parallax View, classic, super paranoid. Like, you should watch it. Watch Parallax View. We can talk about it next time. All right, but in Parallax View, I don't want to give you any spoilers, but let's try to get our mindset here. We're not role-playing people who want to join this. We have gotten this weird invitation. We don't know why, but it does look like it has a secret message from someone. So, and we haven't provided our name, so we're just experimenting. But I think what you could say here is we're experimenting with answering to learn more about this cult. So, I mean, if this is testing how well we understand... Oh, I didn't mean to... Okay, we can only answer one. I thought I would... I wanted to answer that truth was most important, but okay. What do you like most about being in nature? I mean, these are all good answers. This is why it's sort of... Maybe this is why... This is like the fake survey. Like, whatever you answer, it's going to be like, those are the perfect answers. Okay, what do you like about being in nature? Let's just say how connected... Do you ever feel overwhelmed by the demands of your life? Okay, so if you were really trying to sneak into a cult to investigate it, the right answer is that, like, you've got trauma in your life and you need help. You don't want to say, like, you're perfectly fine. So how about life can be a bit too much, or I long for an escape? Let's just say we're troubled. Can be too much. Do you ever feel lonely in a crowd of people? Yes, I long for a sense of community. I guess that's what we want. Yes, I long for a sense of community. Do people like you? That's a little creepy. Look at these. Not yet, but they will soon. That's creepy. Why is there an asterisk here? I hope so. I have no reason to think. Not yet. Okay, we got to say that. Do you ever wonder if people actually care about you? I'm scared they're all just pretending. I don't like to think about that. I prefer to focus on caring about other people, or I won't have to soon. That's weird. That's creepy. I think maybe this would be the answer, although D sounds really creepy. I won't have to soon. Yikes. All right, let's do this one. Are you worthy of love? I want to be. I think so. I guess if you want to get admitted into a cult, you'd say, well, I want to be worthy, but I'm not yet. Would you trust your elders to make decisions for you? This is, again, how you get into a cult. You're like, yeah, I'll put my whole life in someone else's hand. I trust the wisdom of my elders more than my own. It's a relief to let someone else carry the burden. I long to submit to a higher power. By placing faith in others, I show faith in myself. Okay, let's do this one. I long to submit to a higher power. These are getting creepy. What's the best way to learn? By example, repetition, fear of punishment, or repetition? Guess if you're in a cult, punishment is not the first choice. It's just sort of, maybe it's repetition. When you are lost, where do you seek wisdom? I wonder if this isn't something we should be doing after we get some guidance about how to answer. When you're lost, where do you seek wisdom? Within myself, the teaching, within the mountain. Okay, let's just say mountain. But I wonder if we should keep doing this. Well, maybe we're done. Okay, submit. Congratulations, your mind is open to the future and your spirit is ready to begin its journey on the path to enlightenment. The search for truth is a long and difficult endeavor, but with the proper... Now, why is there weird spacing here? Do you think that's on purpose? Like on the path and then the proper guidance and support, you will find the fulfillment your soul desires above all else. The Radiant Mountain is here to help you on the path, and we encourage you to take the next steps toward reaching spiritual maturity as a deer. Welcome home, child of the mountain. Okay, so I don't think those were real right or wrong answers. I think maybe whatever we said, we would have gotten that. So let's go back now. Okay, that was the survey to become a fawn, but not the initiate page that we were linked to. Let's continue reading a little bit of this website. Family life. For a glimpse into life in the Radiant Mountain, youth leader Charlotte Thomas has kindly shared some of the photographs she's taken during her daily routine at the sanctuary. Charlotte says, I've been a member of the Radiant Mountain family for my whole life. Such a special place. My dad's a squirrel, so I've been raised to appreciate how important and beautiful our sacred rituals are. I love it here. There's really nowhere like it in the whole world. Through the lens of Charlotte's camera, moments in our family's life are preserved to share the spiritual life we live here at the sanctuary. Okay, let's go back. There's no full screen here, but at least we can put it mostly full screen. Okay, so here are some of Charlotte's photographs. Let's see. Okay, so if we mouse over here, life can be hectic. It's important to set aside moments for quiet reflection, when we can focus on the beauty of the world around us and get in touch with the divine. Okay. Next. Eating together is one of the ways we remind ourselves we are all joined together as one through our shared love and faith. And then she's got some emojis of food. Plus, all our food is fresh, organic, and grown right here on the sanctuary grounds. Okay, we don't know where those sanctuary grounds is. We can see this girl has a bracelet of some sort. Food looks good. What have we got next? We've been seeing so many baby deer in the woods and fields around the sanctuary. Watching them learn how to walk on their unsteady little legs is so cute. Okay. My mom is one of the best instructors in the deer classes. I always feel so centered and peaceful after one of her stretching and strengthening sessions. Thanks, Mom. Okay, they're doing a little bit of yoga there or something. Sometimes people assume my friends and I must be really repressed growing up in a spiritual community like ours, but Radiant Mountain isn't like that. If anything, I'm freer than other people my age because I'm connected to something so much bigger than me. Okay. Our faith is one of joy and communion with the truth, so immense it overwhelms me. Okay, looks like they're listening to some music or something. What a special night. The rituals we share are what makes us a family. They are the fabric of our faith, our history, our future too. I feel so blessed to be part of the Radiant Mountain family. And then we see some blurry stuff that makes me a little uneasy. Rituals we share. I don't love this one. Like, what are those blurry figures here? Okay. Watching fawns transform into full-grown deer reminds me that we all carry within us the seeds of change to become our truest selves. Okay. The natural world is so full of reminders of the divine. I feel so sorry for people who don't see its power everywhere. Okay, I see another bracelet on this wrist. Or it's her bracelet. And are we at the end? No. Blessed are the children of the Radiant Mountain, for they are the future of our faith. Thanks for being such a super sweet model, Kaylee. Okay, that girl's name is Kaylee. If it's of any relevance to us. The Spirit moved my friend Rowan today. When we throw ourselves into the never-ending dance, our movements are a sacred expression of joy that brings us closer to the divine. Okay, that's Rowan. How lucky we are to sit at the divine power's bounteous table, feeling blessed. The divine powers table. What is that? What is the divine power? Is that the person who runs this cult? Fly high, brave sparrows, and sing the songs of your faith for all to hear. So everyone who's part of this organization gets classified as like a sparrow, a squirrel, or a deer. Our faith is truly beautiful, full of hope and communion with the divine. And here is some girl making a pose, like a little Instagram, enjoying the sun pose. Can't see if she's got any bracelet on or something. Just a ring of sorts. Okay. The practices we learn in Radiant Mountain are so important for staying grounded. I don't know where we'd be if it weren't for these teachings. Okay, a little bit of yoga going on. They are not naked, but wearing some skimpy yoga outfits. I think the thing that makes my friend Rowan so beautiful is that she knows that real beauty comes from being in touch with the truth. A flower crown doesn't hurt either. Okay, so here's the second mention of Rowan, and we can't really see her face, although I do see something. I do see that she's wearing glasses. She's blonde and wears glasses and has flowers in her hair. Let's keep that in mind if it's important to find out who Rowan is. We have so many squirrels who make their homes around the sanctuary, and I really respect them. They're always planning ahead, working to protect their families in more difficult times. Whenever I think of loved ones who are no longer with me and start to get sad, I remind myself we never truly die if we are united with the higher power. Okay, that's a little bit creepy how her eyes are sort of doing the like robot about to destroy the world with laser eyes thing. But that just could be the camera. Writing out my thoughts always helps me clear away the noise in my head and just focus on what's important. So she's taken a picture of her writing. It almost seems like we might actually be able to read some of that. This is thus the time when young something appear in garden, actually be something to march about garden planting, suddenly birth, but will your of May grow slowly? It looks like it's gardening stuff. Gardening and plants. Hard to read any of this. This looks like it might be a little bit of a recipe here. Doesn't look like we've discovered anything nefarious. Hiking with Katie and Rowan today. Doesn't Katie look peaceful? So grateful for every moment. Katie was the little, no, Kaylee was the little girl. I don't know who Katie is. Okay. Each breath that lifts your chest, each beat of your heart is a reminder of the ancient power that moves through you. Okay, here we have the scary fire rituals where everyone looks blurred out. But maybe that's just because they're moving and dancing. They get blurred in the camera with the shutter speed too long. Let's hope so. Thank you, wise Raven, your wisdom for your wisdom and your guidance. Okay. So grateful for my life here in the Radiant Mountain. The divine power is so good to us, and I hope that every day I'm living in a righteous way that honors my faith. They look like they're at a little concert here, so maybe you can listen to music here. The divine power. I don't like the divine power thing. What that's about. Life can be so hectic, it's important to set aside moments for quiet reflection. Okay, so here we are back, recycled to the start. Okay. Nothing too scary there. Event schedule. Sunday, 4:15 a.m., Raven's Blessing. All on-site Radiant Mountain members must rise and join together in the sanctuary for the recitation of the Raven's Blessing and the invocation of the Raven's name. The schedule is for recurring events at our sanctuary in Cooper's Rock. Okay, there we go. The sanctuary is in Cooper's Rock. All Ravens blessings and weekend gatherings are mandatory for on-site members. If you have any conflicts, let your sparrow or squirrel know as soon as possible. Prospective members are encouraged to attend our noon gathering on Sundays, no invitation needed. Okay, so you can always just show up at noon on Sundays, but otherwise, if you're living with them, you mandatory, I mean, that's not a big deal. I don't think that's asking too much for people to show up at the mandatory weekend Ravens Blessing. Let's see what else we got. So 4:15, well, that's a little early to wake up. Okay, but the cults like to wake up early. 7 a.m. on Sunday is a morning gathering. Join Radiant Mountain for a morning gathering in the sanctuary to hear readings, insights, and retributions. Retribution, that's a weird thing to say. All members are invited to speak penance following the gathering. All on-site members are required to attend one Sunday gathering. I see. So maybe you have a choice of the morning gathering or community service because they're both at 7 a.m. On-site members participating in a later gathering are encouraged to use this time for community service or philanthropy events that spread the truth. Okay, so on Sunday, you have to attend one of the Sunday gatherings, either the morning gathering or the noon gathering or the evening gathering or the outdoor gathering. I see. Okay, so but if you're visiting one, you can do community service in the other. Noon gathering. Join Radiant Mountain for a midday gathering in the sanctuary to hear readings, insights, and retributions. All on-site members are invited to speak penance following the gathering. You have to attend one of them. Retributions. Can someone look up the definition of retribution? Retribution is like, it's like a justified revenge or something. There's an interesting difference between vengeance. There's vengeance and revenge, and the difference between vengeance and revenge is vengeance is sort of justified, but retribution is similar. But maybe the official definition of retribution is more benign. All right, someone's going to look that up for me, or I'll chat GPT it. Okay, so then you can go to community service instead at noon. You could go to the evening gathering to hear readings, insights, retributions. You can speak penance. Then you can go to community service. Yeah, so you just got to do one of these. They're doing a lot of community service, this group. And here's the outdoor gathering at 10 p.m. So from 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. they're doing stuff. And then that's Sunday. And then it looks like the rest of the week, what have we got? Looks like every day of the week they start at 4:15 for their Raven's Blessing, which is mandatory. Then on Monday, look at this wonderful detailed schedule. Holy cow, look at this detailed schedule. Okay, let's just glimpse through this and we'll look at it. We'll read it more, maybe fully later if we need to. But Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Do we have Thursday and Friday and Saturday down here too? Okay, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's all 4:15 is Raven's Blessing. Every day, 7 days a week, 4:15, you got to wake up for Raven's Blessing. And then you've got various classes that Sunday they want you to attend one of the things and do some community service. During the week, Monday, there's a pre-dawn self-awareness, strengthening the body and the self. Then a weekly rejuvenation, faith flow, strengthen your faith in the radiant mountain while you strengthen your core. It looks like they do a lot of yoga here. And then a lot of meditation. We've got an evening meditation, 75 members per class. You have to bring your own headphones. Interesting. We were sent some headphones. Okay, then Tuesday, we've got deep breathing classes at 10, stretch and strengthen, aerobics, beginner level students we got a beginner and an advanced level aerobics, senior services, hear stories, share experiences, forging the path, rituals and readings to make clear the divine path, cleansed of their wrongdoings. Okay, Wednesday, pre-dawn self-awareness, held in the clearing outside the sanctuary. Morning meditation, 75 people. Force of focus, get through the midweek slump, improving focus in all aspects of life. Sounds reasonable. Communal dinner on Wednesday. Communal dinner in which to give thanks for the faith which provides us with bountiful harvest, a chance to unite as one, then more focus. Saturday, we have youth lessons, deer lessons, all on site. Deer, 18 years of age and older. Have your weekly lessons of family history and devotion. Then you got sparrow lessons, squirrel lessons, I see. So you get classified into one of these groups. If you're a deer, a sparrow, a squirrel, you go for your Saturday lessons on how to be a better or whatever you are. Divine Chronicle reading. All on-site members shall gather in the presence of Raven Welgrum III, immediately following the day's lessons, the mandatory reading of the Divine Chronicle entries. Then there's evening meditation, giving gratitude workshop. Giving gratitude workshop, self-awareness. Okay, so this guy who runs this whole thing, Raven Welgrum III, on Saturdays, we got to listen to him. All right, so that's everything on this page. We've seen the About Us, the testimonials, the family life photos, the event schedule. What's Divine Chronicling? I don't think we saw that. Is there a link to click on? Oh, okay. It's a PDF for us to fill out. It's like a suggested form for us to fill out that we could download. Name, rank, and chronicle entry number. Okay, that's a little creepy. So on this web page, however, interestingly, we can click this. Where does this go? Just reloads the page. Okay, so everything on this page, none of these point us to, we've got the survey to become a fawn, but no links to the website that we were told to visit as our invitation. There's no link to that. Only here specifies it. And then nothing on the website points us to the free meditation. So those we still have to do. And then we still haven't gone to the secret website that was stuck in our thing. So we're going to take a break, and then we're going to visit those other pages. Okay, let's see. What's this? Says Jesse's totally going to join a cult and not figure it out until too late. Timeshare resorts make you show up mandatory meetings in exchange for fun time. Do they get called cults? Retribution means punishment inflicted on someone as vengeance for a wrong or criminal act. Yeah, so it is weird. Like, everything in this cult, in this organization so far seems fairly harmless. But then the one thing that stands out to me is they're having these retribution sessions. And retribution is getting revenge on someone, getting vengeance. Like, that's a very weird thing to have a regular class on. Normally with these places, you're supposed to like let go of your anger and that stuff. Why are they having workshops on retribution? Retribution is punishment inflicted on someone for their wrongdoings. Why are we having retribution sessions? Did I just make that up? Where is the retribution sessions? I'm fairly sure I saw retribution. Like they're doing meditation, they're doing stretching, and then they're doing retribution. Where's our search here? Let me see. Did I just imagine that entire concept? Morning gathering, readings, insights, and retributions. And then you do penance. That is very weird. We have the next. Oh. Severe punishment or vengeance for wrongdoing. That's weird. All right. Let's take our first break. Fill up your tea and coffee. We'll go check out the additional web pages. We'll do our free meditation. Then we'll see what's next. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, 11:23 p.m. Saturday, December 6th. We are working our way through the first box of The Mountain, Season 2 of the Empty Faces series by Hunt a Killer. Seems like we're all a little bit interested in this cult, but so far, other than this retribution thing, nothing particularly creepy. I did get out, and no real connection to the first season, The Woods, except I did get out from our box of The Woods. This is not really a spoiler of any import, and I don't know who we'd be spoiling if you can't play this game again, but Elaine said that this is from our playthrough of The Woods. One of the characters was the doctor. Here's his obituary. And I did confirm what Elaine said. Look, here's the obituary. He's survived by wife, whatever. A family service will be held next Friday at noon. In lieu of flowers, his son has asked that donations be made to Radiant Mountain Charities. So that's the only connection we have, really, between the Woods set season and this season so far. But it is intriguing. I think before we dig deeper into this cult, we should try to understand what this is about, this very strange card that was stuck in our brochure. Qui observat? You must join our family. Orphan, I am qui observat. And then they give us this thing, which if you use the first letters of everything, you get RMT survivors. So, okay, so I don't know why we didn't notice this at first, but I was saying, like, is it RMTP? Is it some protocol? But no, it's Radiant Mountain top. Radiant Mountain survivors. So it's just all one word. Let's open up this page and see what is going on. Could be www. We'll just try it. rmtsurvivors.org. Whoa. Okay. So now we need a password, and probably that password is here. What range, what use, what change, why pass, why strange? Okay, so now I am on the record of really, the thing that frustrates me most is guessing at things, and I often use the password type puzzle as a key example of something that is realistic, that you might have to try a lot of guesses till you get a password, but frustrates me. But I am going to take, we're going to approach this like you were trying to crack someone's password, so you can't expect to get it right. You can't, on the first try, you can't expect there to be one unique answer that suddenly makes sense. If I had to guess, I'd guess that this is a more elaborate explanation of the password. Who is last is first, who's first will last. Like, I think maybe it's instructions, but before we go too far in that, let's try a couple things. So, like, let's try this phrase right here, DT8996. Let's see what happens. Oh, that was it. Well, good. Okay, so the password was here, and it's just snuck in some other stuff. Look at where we are. We are at a forum for survivors of this cult. Pretty cool. Let's see if there are other things. So we're using this as our username and our password. Why is this clickable? Okay. Create a new thread. Let me just see what happens if I click this. Nothing, it just reloads. Okay. So we've got survivor stories, news and media, investigations, and the admin form. All right, let's see if these are readable. One topic, 14 posts. A place to share your true experiences with Radiant Mountain. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay. There's a lot here. Look at this game. They put so much effort into world building, but that boy, it's a little overwhelming. It's a little much. And it's tiny little text. Let me see if we can get it to be a little easier to read. I mean, this is easier for you to read. It's just a little hard for me to read it because of the camera. But if I can scroll up, I can. Okay. Maybe we just skim this rather than not reading it all at the moment. But let me take a moment here to talk about it for a second. This is a game that you were meant to get 1 box per month over the course of 6 months. So you would have plenty of leisurely time to go through all this stuff and you could enjoy it and savor it. And we need to make sure when we try to speed run this and speed play this that we're not depriving ourselves of the enjoyment just because we have a lot of content we're trying to get through it. It would be like trying to read a book as fast as possible and then complaining that it lacked something because you ran through it so quickly. So let's try to take our time here. We don't really have to get through 2 boxes a day, whatever. Okay, let's see if we can learn a little bit more about this place. I joined because I was new to the area, didn't know a soul. I've been having a hard time finding a job. I was hired for a decent position in Cooper's Rock, decided to move there. It's my only option at the time, so I took it. I heard about the Radiant Mountain and thought it would be a good place to make some connections, get to know people in town, make friends in the past. I was a member of different non-denominational churches and adventure clubs. I thought those were great places to get involved with the community. Plus, I'm a really outdoorsy person. It seemed like the Radiant Mountain supported that kind of lifestyle. I went to all the weekly gatherings, trying my best to subscribe to the Radiant Mountain regimen, regular exercise, healthy diet, daily meditation, prayer, communal activities, charity work. I really did enjoy it because it felt like I was becoming a better me. Everyone around me was so enthusiastic, it was hard not to get excited myself. But the longer I was with the Radiant Mountain, the more I felt like something was just off. I couldn't get close to any of the other members. Our relationships were so shallow. These people seemed to not have any negative emotions, and I never heard them complain about anything. The Raven kept us at a gathering for over 7 hours. We were being lectured to because a few of the younger members had done something wrong. I don't even remember what it was. Or maybe the Raven never even told us. Apparently the entire congregation was to blame. We were made to stand and listen for 7 whole hours. A few people fainted. Not a single person complained. No one thought it was weird or wrong, or maybe some did, but never said anything. They didn't acknowledge it. That's when I decided I should probably quit. I just felt so uncomfortable after that experience, not to mention those kids who got caught weren't even present at the gathering. Where were they? The whole situation didn't sit well with me. I had a hard time leaving. I took one look at my sparrow's smiling face. I thought, I need to make up a story. I need to lie. I told her my new job wasn't working out, then I would have to move back with my parents. My sparrow tried to convince me to stay in touch and make the commute to attend meetings, even just once a month. I told her I had to quit the Radiant Mountain. I wish I could describe the way her face changed. She was smiling, but not. I can't describe it. I hadn't actually planned on leaving my job and moving away again, but when I realized that I might keep running into these people in town, I had to leave Cooper's Rock. I haven't seen anyone from the organization since. It does make me nervous just to go grocery shopping or visit the post office. I feel like I'll run into one of them, and I don't know. I just rather not. Okay, so this is Butterfly 11. Tuesday. No dates in any of these games, so we can't really track that. I guess we think this is supposed to be ongoing, so maybe we would imagine this was last Tuesday or something. But why isn't my face on the screen? But they didn't kill him. They let him leave. Not so bad. Listen to someone talk for 7 hours. That's not like evil. It's not like devil worship. Okay, I haven't always made the right choices. Before joining, I was a drug addict. I had a chance encounter at an AA meeting. Introduced himself as Frederick. He seemed a bit nervous. At the time, it was endearing, so I had some of my own sadness. Frederick told me of this other support group, how much better they were than AA. He said they were all about love and healing. They were more about finding the truth of things instead of wallowing in a miserable state. He told me about their meditation meetings. I don't know how he did it, but he sold it to me. Things started out amazingly. The group, they called themselves the Radiant Mountain Children, introduced me to guided meditation. I was also assigned a mentor who was to assist and look after me. Her name was Callie. She was a sparrow. She was an older woman who spoke softly and methodically. Callie was very kind to me and very encouraging. Gradually, Callie became my mother figure, while at the same time, I was encouraged to move out of my mother's house and cease contact. It was my mother's fault, you see, that she didn't give me enough love and attention. That's why I turned to drugs, Callie said. Soon enough, I was surrounded by kind, loving people at Radiant Mountain. I was given a small dose of this relaxing drug each day. Not entirely sure what it was exactly, so I could be weaned off. Obviously, this seemed like a good idea at the time. They had a lot of research on why this method works, and it would have worked if they had actually tried to wean me. But as a drug addict, I either neglected to realize it or I just didn't care that my doses were getting any smaller. I was the happiest I'd ever been. They started to get more invasive, but at the same time, I had to be incredibly grateful. They chose a college course for me to take and paid for it all. How could I not be thankful? But then they also decided what career I'd have and what job they would help me get. They said if I could show enough ambition to become a sparrow like Callie, I could have everything in my life for free. So with consideration and a recommendation from Callie and Frederick, I became a sparrow. So you get to choose what class you are. I was told a lot of things. I can still recite all those tenets by memory. The guided meditations became more methodical and strange. We were placed in rooms with walls lined with old boxy TVs from floor to ceiling. Each TV contributed white noise, and the static was the only light that illuminated the room. Sometimes the static became too loud and the screens were too bright. After every session, I felt lightheaded, like there was a fuzziness to the world, but it felt good. I felt happy. And now he's reminding us of the thing that he had to say or something. To know peace is to seek truth. To know truth is to be whole. To be whole is to be free. Callie also started taking me on hiking and recruitment trips. The weekends were reserved for either going partially up the nearby mountain and meditating, or going to nearby towns and villages to look for potential candidates who need more happiness in their lives, as Callie put it. Despite our weekly outings, there was a feeling of isolation from the outside world. At first, this isolation was comforting. I loved that I didn't have to deal with the guilt and resentment I felt when I was with my family or when I was surrounded by my peers in AA. But eventually, some of these things started to not sit too well with me, and someone overheard me talking negatively about my new situation. Well, I was ratted on. As a punishment, a few squirrels approached me and said that my daily dose of medicine would be withheld until I learned my lesson. That was the first agonizing night I had since I joined the group about a year ago. The pain was unreal. I sweated through all my bed sheets. I ripped through some of my Radiant Mountain approved books in frustration, I screamed out into the dark void of my small bedroom. The next day, I was given my dose. This instilled in me a gratefulness I had never felt before. I told the man who administered my medication a shaky and most sincere thank you, and I meant it. This happened a few times. I would do something wrong, I was caught, and then my medication would be withheld. Sometimes it was withheld for a day or two. One time it was withheld for a week, and the cycle of pain and thankfulness continued. Finally, I realized how dependent I had become. I started to think of ways I could leave, but then my mind would shut itself down. I have nowhere else to go, I would tell myself. I have burned so many bridges. No one would take me back. I'm all alone in this. These are the things an irrational mind will tell itself when it feels like a cornered animal. This continued for another year. How I got out of Radiant Mountain wasn't heroic or adventurous. I snuck away and crashed on an old friend's couch. After a few nights, there was a knock at my friend's door. Callie was there to bring me home. She greeted my friend by her name and told me that a couch was no place for me to sleep. It was incredibly hard to say no to her. If it weren't for my friend being there to back me up, I would have taken Callie's hand and left right there without my belongings. I didn't want to hurt Callie, and I still, to this day, truly miss her. My friends started asking me questions, and I realized I couldn't answer them. How did Callie know where I was staying? How did she know I was staying on a couch? How did she know my friend's name? I can't say my life is better now. It's not. I still look over my shoulder when I leave the house, even though I've changed my name and moved far away. Sometimes I still think they can hear me, and I know I'm not crazy. I just hope someone out there on here will believe me. That was someone who goes by the name of Luck8118. Here's Dottie Doe 9 writes, "You're not alone. After I left Radiant Mountain, I started noticing unusual things I hadn't noticed before. My TV started to get weird static cutting in and out. First, it wasn't happening too often to be concerned, but after a while, I started hearing it in my sleep. I was a deer when I left, so I'm not sure what the upper level meditation sessions were like. But I was at one of the dances that got a bit odd. I remember getting swept up in it all. I remember the beginning and the end, but when I try to remember the dance itself, it's like my memory becomes fuzzy. Then the voices on the car radio began talking to me directly. I'd turn the dial and each channel would be the same thing, continuing the same sentence. At one point, I screamed and ripped the radio right out of my dashboard. My father was in the car with me, and he was quite concerned. I'm on medication now, and I'm seeing a therapist. I have to be careful. I've stopped using my cell phone. I broke it to pieces and threw it away. All I have left is my computer. I'm not even sure how safe this is. I've covered up my IP, and I'm using a pseudonym. I hope we both find peace soon." Boy, that's creepy. This is like the lightning creature spirit in our previous game. It's somehow coming through the electricity, the wireless, the internet. Here's Bambi writes, "Does anyone else find themselves missing Radiant Mountain sometimes? I know it's weird. I wish sometimes everything they'd promised could really have been true. I guess that's too much to ask. Sometimes I really find myself wishing I could feel the same way I did after the leap, or at the end of an all-day meditation. I miss feeling like I belong to something important." This person replies, "Yes, definitely. It's especially hard for me because I felt like everyone I knew was part of Radiant Mountain. I've only been out for like a year. I just don't even know what to do with myself most of the time. Like, how do you make friends even? I don't know what to say to people. It felt so safe being there. Sometimes I think about going back, but I don't know. I guess I'm better off where I am." Windale says, "Don't do it. Anything is better than going back. Let me know if you ever need to talk." Ex-Passer says, "What is wrong with you? Don't you know how much some of us have suffered? How can you feel nostalgic about that place?" Okay, here's a long one. I got introduced, this is Jay Rivera, I got introduced to the Radiant Mountain family through their meditation workshops. I was always looking for the next big thing in terms of heightening that mind-body connection. I did a lot of yoga retreats, holistic wellness classes, that kind of thing. I really wanted to take it to the next level. And when I went to a Radiant Mountain workshop, it just struck a chord with me. Sitting there, it was like I could actually feel my mind expanding. It was almost like there was something moving within me, and it was alive with so much power I could hardly take it all in. You get addicted to that feeling. There's this rush you get when something so immense takes hold of you. It's like nothing else I've ever felt. Before long, I was attending workshops 2 or 3 times a week, spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars to try and chase that feeling. I broke up with my boyfriend because he couldn't believe that what I was experiencing was real. I stopped talking to my family because people weren't part of the sanctuary were seen as harmful to our spiritual development. Eventually, I didn't know anyone who wasn't part of the family. The Radiant Mountain became my whole world. I quit my job to go and work in the sanctuary. I was living in this dormitory with 12 other family members working 15 or 20-hour shifts, waking up every hour to pray. I think they were drugging our water supply because I started seeing things, losing time. There were times when I could see myself as clear as day, like I was standing outside my body and watching myself. One time I woke up and saw myself standing at the foot of my bed looking down at me. I even blacked out a few times and woke up in the woods with no idea how I got there. I got to the point where I no longer recognized myself. I felt like everything that made me who I was had been torn away to make room for the family. I was so tired all the time, tired and afraid of what was happening to me. But even so, I don't think I would have left on my own. It was kind of an accident that I left at all. I was passing out flyers. That was one of my responsibilities then, spreading the word. And I had a seizure right there on the street. It felt like my body was rejecting something inside me, like I was being scoured clean. A passerby took pity on me and tried to help me, but I wouldn't let her take me to the hospital. It wasn't safe there. She let me stay with her while I recuperated. To this day, I still can't believe someone, a complete stranger, would do that for me. She saved my life. She absolutely saved my life. I'll never be able to repay what she did for me. But anyway, because no one from the family knew where I was, no one came to take me back. The longer I was away, the better I started to feel, and the more unreal everything at the sanctuary started to seem. From a distance, I couldn't believe everything I'd gone through, and for what? Because I was obsessed with the idea of some higher power moving through me. I knew I couldn't go back, but I also couldn't live on this nice woman's couch forever, so in the end, I called my mom. She came to get me. I never went back. I haven't spoken to anyone from that time in my life since. Although I do keep in touch with the woman who rescued me. I wish I could just put it behind me. But the truth is, I still miss that feeling I'd get after a long meditation session where it felt like you were this insignificant speck and the world was rushing up to meet you. I'm absolutely certain it would have killed me if I stayed any longer. But it was also, for a little while, one of the most beautiful and profound experiences I've ever had. Okay, now that does very much feel like there's some connection to The Woods, the first series we played, because it sounds like these people are being hollowed out by some spirit that's coming into their body. She described like being able to look in on her body as if she was a separate entity. Like that's what we were hearing about happened in the dream world when this spirit came into Isabella and stuff, that her spirit had like left her body and something else got into her body and she could look at her body. Like, is this cult a whole cult of people that are involved with these dream spirit things? Lightning people? Yeah, it is sounding a lot like that spirit that took Isabella. Okay. Here is Windale. I grew up in Radiant Mountain. My parents joined when I was 2 years old. I don't really have any memories from the time before that. It was actually a great place to grow up. When you're a kid, you're kind of sheltered from a lot of the inner workings of the group. So all I knew was that there were lots of other kids to play with. We got to do special dances and stuff. I remember truly believing there was some higher power out there that was moving through me. Like, not just believing it because the adults told me, but because I could feel it. By the time I turned 18, I started to see what was going on more clearly. I realized I didn't want any part of it. I'm so glad I got out when I did, because from what I've heard through the grapevine, it's only gotten worse since I left. The rest of my family is still in Radiant Mountain. Unfortunately, I've tried to convince them to leave. I can't get through to them. I worry about them a lot, especially my 2 younger sisters. Poppy says, I'm so sorry you've lost touch with your family. I feel the same way. It's not safe there these days, especially for children. It wasn't always like this, but these days it seems to have taken a disturbing turn. So maybe initially there was nothing terrible going on, but now there is. CGV4 says, yeah, this was my experience too. It's really messed up what's been going on recently. Good for you both for getting free. Joseph says, I was going through a rough patch. I was chronically ill at the time. I couldn't find work because I was sick. So I was deep in debt and living out of my car on friends' couches. It was a bad time. This guy I knew from a support group suggested I come with him to this service he'd been going to lately. He said they showed him a new way to manage his pain, and he claimed the pain he'd originally been dealing with is almost completely gone. I was skeptical, but it worked. Almost as soon as I started attending these meetings, I did start to feel better. I don't know how, but what they were doing worked. You hear about faith healing and everything, and usually, it's purely spectacle, but this worked. Within a year, my symptoms were non-existent. Are they giving this guy drugs too? Okay, he's continuing. After that, the Radiant Mountain helped me find a job. I fell in love, got married to a woman I met there. I really was happier than I'd ever been. I was so grateful for this new lease on life that I would have given them everything I had. And I did, actually. By the end, I was tithing almost half my earnings to them, spending hours every week doing outreach and volunteering on their missions. My wife and I were fully committed to the Radiant Mountain. I was rising through the ranks. They told me I could do great things with them, but the more I learned about what they were doing, the more I questioned the rightness of their actions. There were things I was asked to do that kept me up at night. Even now, there are some things I did for Radiant Mountain that I'm not sure I can ever forgive myself for. It drove a wedge between my wife and I. There was so much I couldn't tell her about, and it came between us. I was drifting further and further away from my beliefs while she remained firm in hers. I started to think we needed to leave for both our sakes, but when I tried to talk to her about the possibility of getting out, she refused to listen to me. She said she was going to tell the Raven what I said, and I knew she meant it. I knew I needed to leave immediately. I couldn't risk bringing my son with me. Couldn't say goodbye to anyone. I waited until it got dark, and then I left. Couldn't bring anything with me. Couldn't go back to my job. Didn't know anyone on the outside. In a lot of ways, I was right back where I started. Basically homeless with no prospects and no support system. Took me a long time to get back on my feet. I lost everything when I left Radiant Mountain. I lost my son and my wife. I lost 12 years of my life in that place. But I do have my health because of them. And that's something I still can't explain to this day. Say what you will about everything else that happens there. I'll be the first to agree there is something really wrong in that place. But they healed me when nobody in the world should have been able to help me. All I can think is that it must have been a miracle, but that it was a miracle that came at a terrible price. Why is it a miracle? Oh, because he was chronically ill. And somehow, whatever they do, fixed his health. Okay, 2 more entries. My son Dylan and his family are members of the Radiant Mountain. Whenever they used to visit me, they would go on and on about how great it was, and I should come with them to a gathering sometime. I'm not really one for churches. Actually, I'm not much one for people in general. Look, this is admin 1. So they might have a login to the admin edge of the site. So look for something that might give us their password. Okay, he's not one for people in general. I like to stay home, watch TV, read the paper. My wife passed away about 5 years ago. Since then, I had any reason to leave the house. But Martha was always the one who planned things for us to do. She liked going to the cinema and feeding ducks at the park, and I did those things with her because they made her happy. After she passed away, I stopped caring about everything and holed myself up at home. It wasn't a nice way to live, but I'd resigned myself to it. Last year, for my birthday, Dylan and his wife Laura took me out to lunch and then persuaded me to visit the Radiant Mountain Sanctuary. They said they were worried about me and thought I should experience one of the gatherings to see if it would help my polluted state of mind. At first, I wasn't convinced. Everyone in that place was smiling and clapping, and it was a bit too much for me to handle. But then the Raven came into the room and everything got quiet. He started to talk about the importance of family and love, and soon enough, the whole place was hanging on his every word, including me. He wasn't saying anything revolutionary, but it struck a chord in me. I thought, well, Martha would have liked this place. She always said family was the most important thing in life, and I'd been neglecting mine over the past few years. When the Raven finished his talk, we had a long meditation session, and let me tell you, I'd never felt so at peace. By the time I walked out of the sanctuary that day, I was invested. I started going to the weekly gatherings with my son's family. Even that wasn't enough. Whenever I was at home, I felt like I'd rather be at the sanctuary. Dylan told me the Radiant Mountain owned a dormitory, so I decided to move in to be closer with my new extended family. The members who worked at the dorms were always so nice and attentive, and I was comfortable there. I spent my days learning the Raven's teachings, meditating, and spending time with fellow members. Dylan and his family always came to visit me, and I felt like I was finally repairing the bonds I'd broken. There was a television in every room, including mine, and I watched a lot of wellness videos provided by the Radiant Mountain. My state of mind was better than ever, and I was also having a hard time with my memory. I started feeling very sluggish, which I chalked up to my old body adjusting to this exciting new lifestyle. But eventually, I was lying around in bed all day watching TV. The members in charge of the dorm kept giving me meals and medicine regularly. I didn't even think about the routine I'd fallen into. I felt like I was bettering myself because I was a part of this community, absorbing all these teachings about love and family and wellness, but the reality was so different. I was no better than I'd been after my wife's death, still holed up in one place and unable to live a proper life. The longer I stayed at the sanctuary, the more immobilized I became. I don't know how it got so bad now that I look back on it. I wonder if they'd been sedating some of us. There was something about that television set in my room, the way it cut to static after each video ended. I remember once waiting for the next program to start, but the static didn't end, just kept going and going, and I stared at it for hours, barely blinking. After a while, a bunch of smiling people came into the room, and I had no idea who they were, but they acted like they knew me. I was terrified. Later, I learned it was Dylan and his family. I don't remember much about what happened in the days following that experience, but they told me I'd been acting strange. They decided to admit me to a dementia care facility because they didn't want my behavior to disturb the peace at the sanctuary. I don't actually have dementia, at least I don't think I do. My memory's just fine now, except for the few days I lost after that incident. I'm afraid to tell my family the truth. Every time they come to visit, I act like I don't know them. I can't trust my own son. Dylan was so eager for me to join Radiant Mountain, and he didn't seem to think that what happened to me was unusual or troubling. A few days ago, a stranger came to visit me. He knew I used to be a member of the Radiant Mountain and wanted me to share my story. I don't know how to get onto his website, but he said I should write a letter and he'd put it up for me. So to whoever sees this, I hope some of you will see the truth in my story. Woo. Okay, so just to clarify, an administrator has posted this letter from Lou. So there are no details to the administrator's life. We don't know who admin 1 is. But Lou has written in a letter and admin has posted it on his behalf. Okay, here's our last post on this forum. I'm not very good about opening up sometimes. I think that this is important. My wife and daughter are in... Look. DT8996. This is the person who contacted us. This is a post by the person who contacted us. Okay, here we go. I'm not very good about opening up sometimes. I think this is important. My wife and daughter are in Radiant Mountain and they love it. I'm in it too, and I can't stand it anymore. Every time the Claromantic ritual came around, I wouldn't worry because I thought I was worthy. My family was worthy and the Gilded Oak would protect us. The last Claromantic ritual, my son was chosen. Somehow my wife and daughter don't seem to be affected by that tragedy as I am. Maybe they were just happy it wasn't them. Could they be that selfish? And as for my daughter, she's way more interested in getting her pictures on the website and portraying our sanctuary in a positive life. I wouldn't be surprised if she thinks she's better off without a little brother to cramp her style. This is going to be... His daughter is the woman who took the photos on the Radiant poster. How can a man have thoughts about his family? If he's in Radiant Mountain, that's how. I need someone out there to help me. But it has to be someone special, not just anyone. I'm sorry, I don't think it can be any of you. It needs to be someone new to the family, someone who doesn't know about us yet, someone who will see this and realize that there's something in them that makes them different from all the other initiates and recruits we bring in. Someone who will learn from the divination that they deserve bliss, someone who sees what others don't. Anyway, I hope they might read this one day. Never mind how ridiculous it might be to wish for a savior from the outside, I still hope. There's only so much happiness in the world. Let us never forget to cherish what few moments of joy we can discover. Everyone needs a smile. Rarely is a soul so corrupt that joy becomes pain, but that may just be the raven's plight. 1 first, 2 third, 3 second, 4 last, 5 second, 6 third, 7 first, 8 first, 9 last, 10 last. All right, well, this is clearly some sort of information about a code. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. First, third, second, last, second, third, first, first, last, last. That's very similar to the who is last is first, who is first is last. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. It sounds like we've got maybe a 10-letter passphrase or something. Well, let's not worry about it yet. But this is... So now we have basically our motivation. Jonathan says, could this be about the questions? I think that's a very intriguing idea, Jonathan. Could this be instructions for 10 questions of our survey? Pick the first answer, the second answer, the last answer, the third. That's very consistent with the number of options for each question. Jonathan, I think you might be onto something here. I'm trying to take a screenshot of this. but maybe we'll write it down. I think you might be onto something, Jonathan. So let's write this out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It felt like there were about 10 questions. So 1 was first, and then third, second, last, second, third. 6 was third, then first, last, first, last. I think we might take that questionnaire again and try to answer this and see if that gets us through somehow. I think, so let's just talk about this for a second, the nature of this post, because this is our motivation for a whole game, it sounds like. It sounds like this person has reached out to us and wants us to investigate and solve it. They're mentioning some weird stuff. First of all, I feel like he's saying that his daughter is the one who takes the photos on the website. And this guy is still in the group. He's still at Radiant Mountain. But he says he wants out. And now he mentions stuff that no one else has mentioned. The Claromantic ritual. His son was chosen. And then he's saying, like, because his son is chosen, he's going to be gone. Like they're doing something to him that's going to remove him from, kill him or something. And then he says, I need someone out there to help me. Has to be someone special, not just anyone. Sorry, I don't think it can be any of you. He's talking to the forum. He says, needs to be someone new to the family. That's us. But then he says, someone who will see this and realize there's something in them that makes them different. Someone who will learn from the divination they deserve bliss. I hope they might read this one day. All right, so we're supposed to save them, but it says everyone needs a small rise. Okay, this is all any of us can do. All right, now, so that was the survivor stories from the forum. 14 posts. News and media, there's even more posts. Investigations, even more posts. And then the admin forum, which if we try to click in, probably we're going to need a password. And it's not the one that we already used. Okay, now, before we go to these other forum pages, it does make me think that we should go back and answer the quiz again. But let me close these others from our previous games. See all these. Let's recap. Okay, but it sounds like Elaine says you already passed the first quiz. So I don't know if Elaine is saying, here's who we think his daughter is, this person. Sounds like my dad is a squirrel, so I've been raised to appreciate. I think this girl, Charlotte Thomas, is this guy's daughter. But now Elaine says that we already passed the first quiz. Sounds like they're sacrificing people. They have a lot of money, human trafficking. Okay, but Elaine says we passed the first quiz, but I don't know if Elaine is saying we passed it because I deliberately answered things in a creepy way and that was good enough. I'm going to take the survey again. And we're going to answer it according, we're going to see if there are 10 questions. But maybe because I gave weird answers, we were right. Okay, but we are going to do this properly. So he says the first answer we should give is the question 1, we should say it's the first choice, family, which we did by accident. What do you like most about being in nature? I said I did not say C, but now we're going to say C, the third choice. Do you ever feel overwhelmed? Well, I certainly did not answer I've got a pretty good handle. So I'm going to click, but I'm going to follow the rules here and say the second answer. This one is last. Certainly not what I answered before. 5 is second. We certainly didn't answer this way. 6, if we go on the third. 7, I want to be. I think that is how we answer that one. 8, I trust the wisdom of my elders. It's not what we clicked, but reasonable. 9, last is repetition. That is what we clicked. And then last again. Congratulations. Okay, so the fact that there are 10 questions, that feels like what we did. So I'm guessing I just answered it close enough to saying that we're right for occult. I don't know. I mean, we could try to take it again and give it random answers and see what happens. But okay, Elaine says there's another quiz for you to take. All right. Let me not worry about that stuff then. I think Jonathan's idea is right. Maybe there'll be another quiz. Oh, maybe it's the quiz from the initiate link that we were given. In fact, let's just go try that right now. Remember, this is the compatibility survey that we found the link to, but there are 2 more links in the materials they sent us. One of them was this invitation letter told us to go to initiate. So let's try that. I'm going to try to open up a new page so that we still have this one. So www.radiantmountain.life, and then we've been invited to go to initiate. Aha, looks like we've got a new, let me start bookmarking these. Okay, so we are on a new quiz now. This might be the one that Jonathan guessed. Do not attempt to undertake this evaluation until you've prepared your spirit and feel certain of your readiness to advance. Review all relevant teachings and sacred tests before taking this survey. Okay, I think maybe this is what we do at the end, but I think Jonathan may have figured out how we're supposed to answer this properly. I'm guessing we could do this until we get it right, but that if we just try to answer it without using the secrets that this guy gave us, that we're not going to pass and get admitted, which is pretty cool. Okay, but so we're not going to do this yet. Let's go back. I think we're going to have to make our way through the rest of this Survivor forum. Let's see what else we're looking at here. News and media. That's pretty cool. Okay. So a bunch of threads with a couple posts in each thread. Starting to gain... Oh, these are locked. I see. We know some of these people, like we've already read posts from them, right? So there's only one that's not locked. Let's read this thread. Found this recently. It's a link. To unlock, use the true name of Thomas, who lit the world. It's reassuring to see that RM is getting more attention. Radiant Mountain is getting more attention. I wish the mainstream media would wake up and see what's really going on. Would be nice if they focus less on the crazy rumors and more on the real stuff that actually happened to us. All people care about is sensationalism. No one thinks about the victims. Okay. Click this. Use the true name of Thomas. Okay, so there's another callback to this world of magic from our first game, the idea that everyone has a true name. So these box seasons are connected. So we're going to be able to click on this, but we don't know the true name, so we don't know the password, news and media. Okay, so it might have felt a little overwhelming with all this forum, but it looks like we're not going to be... Article from 1955 needs a password. Okay. This is lovely that we're going to keep returning to this website. Now, this is exactly what they're talking about is going to go offline at the end of the month. Like, you can see how critical this internet component is to this game. And we don't know how to get into any of these passwords yet. Okay, so we're not going to be able to read about the news stuff until, but maybe each of these people, we might be able to know what password they use. But we clearly can't get into them yet. What about the investigation section? Oh, these are mostly locked too. Can't believe someone captured this. Ritual footage. I don't know if we're ever going to get to read these. Detective wouldn't take my case. Wow. Everyone, check these videos out. Can't believe an outsider actually managed to get this on film. Pretty ballsy. Hope they're okay. To unlock, remember RM's propaganda. Put their energy to good use. Blank the divine power. Remember Radiant Mountain's propaganda. Put their energy to use. Blank the divine power. Wish this were all over mainstream media. So this sounds like we might have read this statement. Put their energy to good use. What it says propaganda. That seems like maybe we would have encountered it either in this blog or on their website. We have seen a couple mentions of divine power, and it was very creepy. We heard it on the website in several places and in the posts on the forum. I'm not sure it's here. So I think what we'll do is we will write one of our to-do cards and say that we need to find out blank the divine power. I'll tell you what we could do, and then I'll make a note that this is for a forum locked post. And then let's do the same thing for the other one, yeah? Like the other forum on media says we need the true name of Thomas. Now, I have a thought. You need the true name of Thomas, right? Who lit the world. That's weird. The true name of Thomas who lit the world. I was going to say that if you look at... If we looked at we know that the girl taking the photos is Charlotte Thomas, and her father posted, but I guess that's a different Thomas, right? But she says something about divine power at some point, and the blog post said something about divine power. I do remember, but I wonder if we're going to have to go searching for this. Let's try it this way. So we're looking for some quote about divine power. Could be on the blog, could be... I remember there was something creepy about... Here it is. How lucky we are to sit at the divine's power about in his table, feeling blessed. Communion with the divine. Divine power is so good to us, but every day I'm living in a righteous way. Doesn't look like there was anything about divine power. At least that would answer this question. This was the true... Let me just read this again. Oops. Survivors. Investigations. I just want to read what this says again. Put their energy to good use. Blank the divine power. Okay. Put their energy to good use. That sounds like what the spirits that take over the bodies could be. Put their energy to good use. We didn't just see that in some of her quotes, right? Let me see this for a second. If I go to the survivor stories and we search for that phrase, put their energy. No, that phrase is not on this. What about if... No. What? Why is it? Oh, because I want to search. Okay, so now if I switch back to the Radiant Mountain website, if I now search this, put their energy. That's not on the website either. I mean, we don't know that we should be able to access it yet. So we're not going to worry too much about it. We're just going to glance through. For this phrase. Put their energy to use. Feels like we might not have access to that yet. This is where having other people with me is huge, because you're the audience, you can help me spot things. Okay, we haven't yet done this. Oh, this was just about the bracelet, which it says I should be wearing, but let me just wait on that. Meditation, we haven't done this. Whoa, I'm not sure we read this yet. So this was the link to a free guided meditation. I'm not sure we read this part yet. Join us for a free virtual meditation workshop facilitated by one of our Radiant Mountain family members. Expand your spiritual awareness from the comfort of your home. Develop mindfulness practices that suit your busy lifestyle. Join countless others who have found happiness and discovered their higher consciousness. Okay, so we're going to try to do that in a minute. I'm just looking for... We've done every blog, every forum post we can read. I'm just looking before we move on whether we know any of those passwords. Nothing here is giving us the answer to that. Was that the name of the spirit? It was the name of the spirit, but we haven't been asked about that yet. We've just been asked about Thomas's true name. This is our forum unlocked. Thomas's true name, or some quote about put their energy to good use, the divine power. Okay, so that quiz to become an initiate, that sounds like it should be the last thing to do. So I think we should do the guided free meditation first. So we are given the link for that. Let's go ahead and try to open that link. And if it doesn't open, we've got Elaine Covington's files. www.radiantmountain.life/free meditation. Huh. Enter code FAWN is what this special card says. So we're going to type in FAWN. Sure. I better say never say it, otherwise it bothers me. Okay, so it looks like we are going to be able to hear this together. Okay. So let me know if it's too loud or not loud enough. It's 9 minutes long.
Welcome to the Radiant Mountain Meditation Workshop. This is designed to give you, the listener, an introduction to our guided meditation services. My name is Rachel, and I will be your guide for today. You will find out how it can benefit your life and how you may better benefit those around you. For the next few minutes, put aside all that is stressful in your life and clear your mind. Breathe in, relax and close your eyes. Breathe out. Imagine you are at the base of a dazzling mountain. The foothills roll with bright green all around you. You hear the chirping of birds in the trees. Breathe. You feel the warm sunlight on your skin and a cool spring breeze blowing through your hair. The air is crisp and fresh. Breathe. There are colorful flowers blooming on the hills and trees. They bend towards you in the breeze. They are saying hello. welcome. And now, repeat. I am relaxed.
I am relaxed.
I feel good.
I feel good.
I am in a good place.
I am in a good place.
Good. Now, breathe in and let the air slowly flow out of you. Walk towards the mountain. The mountain is grand and inviting. The path upwards winds gently around the giant oak trees. This looks like a good path. Look up at the sky. It is clear blue. Breathe in slowly. The white clouds form many shapes as they move slowly across the sky. They are in no rush. Breathe. The clouds are happy to watch over you. The clouds love you. Repeat. I am happy.
I am happy.
I am loved.
I am loved.
I am working towards the greater good.
I am working towards the greater good.
Good. Now, breathe. Look closer at the clouds. You may see many bright, beautiful colors swirling and blending into one another. Breathe out slowly. The colors spread across the sky like watercolor on silk. It is the most beautiful thing you have ever seen. Now look ahead of you. The warm, dappled sunlight dances on the path in front of you. The fresh spring leaves of the trees sway in the wind. They are beckoning you to discover the mountain. What precious treasures await you at the top? Repeat. I am selfless.
I am selfless.
I am capable.
I am capable.
I will listen deeply and sincerely.
I will listen deeply and sincerely.
Good. Now, breathe. The sun is now setting. The brilliant colors momentarily set ablaze before seeping slowly into the night sky. The forest at the foothill of the mountain now radiates dark blues and purples. There are stars shining, cherished gemstones. Breathe. The stars are smiling at you. They are happy that you are happy. The stars love you. Repeat. I am cooperative.
I am cooperative.
I am harmonious.
I am harmonious.
My hard work is everyone's hard work.
My hard work is everyone's hard work.
Good. Now, breathe. Let the night sky take your mind far away. You are relaxed and drifting. You are weightless. Breathe. The forest wraps you in a warm blanket. The darkness is tender and pleasant. You want to drift off to sleep. Breathe. There is nothing but the night sky and the stars that love you. This is all that matters. Repeat. I am integral.
I am integral.
I am boundless.
I am boundless.
I am an eternal soul.
I am an eternal soul.
Good. Now, you slowly start to feel the earth beneath you. It gently cradles you as you cease to be weightless. The dirt path is soft and warm on the soles of your feet. The way before you is clear. It is inviting. It is welcoming you and your journey. Take a deep breath. You feel amazing. Breathe out slowly. You feel loved. You want to share your love with others. Repeat. I am open.
I am open.
I will only tell truth.
I will only tell truth.
The truth will be understood.
The truth will be understood.
Good. Now, your mind is gently reconnecting with your body. Slowly begin to open your eyes. You feel renewed. Look around you. This is your amazing life. Take a deep breath in. You feel more energized. Slowly let the air out of you. Slowly let the truth in. Thank you so much for listening to Radiant Mountain's meditative recording. Have a wonderful, joyous, and productive day.
Well, we're back. 18 concurrent viewers, 12 likes, says YouTube. That was a pretty intense 9-minute serious meditation. A little bit creepy. It did sound like there were some demonic voices in the background. Every once in a while, I was like, rah, rah, rah. I couldn't make out what it was saying, though. So, but nothing overtly creepy. So let's talk about, we know the initiate page that we believe is our final quiz at the end of this box. We do have access to a website with some locked items. That is, we don't know how to get into the admin forum. We don't know the password for that. On the news and media section, there's there are posts that are locked and then one post unlocked, but even it says, hey, to get into this link, you need to know the true name of Thomas who lit the world. I'm fairly sure we haven't encountered that information yet. And then on this next thread, oh, that was just a transient error. On this thread, oh, this was the true name of Thomas that lit the world. Okay. So on the other investigations post, to get into that one, we need this quote from Radiant Media Propaganda. Put their energy to use blank the divine power. So I don't think we have seen the answers to those. So I think we are at the limit of what we can do. It is a little bit odd that we don't know anything. We don't know how to make sense of this yet. I'm supposed to, each beat has a place on its string. Like maybe this is going to come into use some other time. And the other thing is we haven't made full use of this. We've used this as his password. Why pass, why strange? Like we don't quite know what that's about. Melissa says that quote isn't one of the things that Survivor was chanting. You're asking, I think we went onto this page and searched it, but when you say that the Survivor was chanting, you mean on this page, some chanting. This is the Survivor page, but I don't think we... I don't remember where we're talking about chanting. I did search on this page for that quote. Just don't think, I think we're ready to, well, we're ready to read that quiz. Let's see what happens. So we're going to go to the initiate page, which I guess was the Deer survey. Okay, let's work on this together. So this is how we're going to prove that we are ready to become initiates of the Radiant Mountain. This is how we're going to sneak in undercover, so we need to answer these questions properly. These might be the answers that we've written down the secret answers to, or it may be that this is going to be a quiz, but let's see. I'm ready. What is the purpose of the Radiant Mountain? So if this is the if this is the answer key that the guy gave it, it's the first one, but I think we would have known that as well. The Radiant Mountain, you're going to seek truth. Okay. According to this cheat sheet, if we're right, the third answer is correct here. All members of our family start their journey as a fawn. Well, we knew that as well. You go as a fawn, then you might become something else, but fawn is the right answer. What is your gift to the mountain? Now, according to the cheat sheet, the answer is obedience. If we're right about if Jonathan was right. I don't know that I know what the answer to this would be other than the cheat sheet. Obedience sounds reasonable. I'm not sure. I'm going to click obedience. How does the deer's prayer begin? Okay, we have a card for that. This is where we're going to find out if Jonathan's theory was right. Here's the deer prayer. Come, O mountain, bless my climb. So it is fourth answer. According to the cheat sheet, should be the last choice. It is the last choice. The Radiant Mountain and all of its children fear not the changing world. So according to the cheat sheet, it's because our minds are open to the future. I remember that phrase too, so I know that is the right answer. So this absolutely looks like the cheat sheet for this quiz. And I think if you answer one of these wrong, you're not going to get invited in. So I think this is good for us. 6, what is the source of the truth? According to the cheat sheet, the answer is the spark of the universe. That sounds right, but I'm not sure we would have gotten that right without the cheat sheet. But here we go. Third answer for question 6. Question 7. I plead for the mountain to free my heart from what? Was it fear? Sorrow, says the cheat sheet. Free my heart from sorrow. Love those above you, for they have endured already what you endure. That is for sure the right answer. It's below because they're going to get to where you are, but above you, they've already endured. So that's 8A. This should be to follow. What is the role of a deer? Each lead, recruit, follow. I mean, the deer is the foundation of the family where all new adult members begin their journey. So the role of the deer is to follow. Last answer. And here we go. I am integral. I am boundless. I am an eternal soul. I think that sounds like something we heard, but we're going to trust the cheat sheet. All right, here we go, guys. This is where we find out if we're going to successfully infiltrate this Radiant Mountain cult. Well done, child of the mountain. You have proven your devotion to the truth and are now eligible to ascend to the rank of deer. Higher ranking family members will now consult with the divine and begin your consideration for advancement. Deer are the foundation of the Radiant Mountain family, serving the community with their obedience and willingness to learn. Deer form close bonds with one another, helping each other along the path to enlightenment. That's it. We have completed the first box, I believe. Unless I am misunderstanding something, I believe we have completed the first box. Now, that's a 3-hour experience. So because there's no official instruction about when we're done, I believe what we should do now is we should go to members.emptyfaces.com. Is that right? Yes. Okay. And then we're going to go to episode recaps. We're going to go to the mountain, episode 1. We're going to put in the code. Well, we're not going to do anything if it doesn't load this. Huh. The mountain. Let me just see if these others are working today. Yes, that one wants a password. The mountain, episode 1. Doesn't have any recap. What about mountain episode 2? No. Well, that's interesting. So this is where we would have checked if we were ready, if we found everything. Let me just see something. If I click on this, what's the URL? The Woods episode 1 recap. Let's just see what happened if we manually. We snuck in. We snuck in though. Okay. RM. Jonathan says, can you check the third party hint? Yes, we can check that, but let's see if we've snuck in. RMTN 8199. Yes, we have snuck in. Okay. So here we go. Letter from Frederick. Document a recruitment letter from Frederick. Invite you to join the Radiant Mountain. It's important to follow the URL. We did that. Prayer card. Pause at the closing of each line. Pay close attention to the end of the lines on the card. Okay, we actually didn't do that. We noticed that that was weird. But we didn't actually follow through. It says, read the prayer, pause at the closing of each line. I looked at that. I looked for the words climb, go, flow, lift to wisdom name. But BOWTAME. Bow tome. BOWTOME. If we looked at the last letter, that is a weirdly like a word. BOWTOME. Pause at the end of each line. Pause at the closing of each line so they can resonate. Climb, go, flow, lift to wisdom name. BOTO. Oh, the chat says bow to me. Good catch. That's creepy. The deer's prayer says bow to me. Okay, thank you. The chat found that. Okay, let's keep going. The handwritten note. This was the one that gave us the password and stuff. Let's see if there were hints here that we missed. Pay attention to the words in quotes. See how they're written. We did notice they were caps. We found a URL there. Notice the peculiar answers to some of the questions. We noted this and we noted this is important, but we didn't really make sense of the rest. So let's see if there's another piece of information. The online Dear survey. Okay. The link to the survey can be found at the letter from Frederick. It's important to explore all the information on the website before taking the survey. It's also important to read all the documents before starting the survey. Okay, we did all that. We got the survey perfectly correct. The meditation coupon. Follow the URL. Enter the password fawn to hear the meditation. Listen closely for the irregularities. Well, we heard them, but we didn't make sense of them. Maybe someone more focused could spend time with the audio, but hopefully we're going to get it here. Or it's not important. Prayer card reveal. The final letter of each line spells a secret message that says bow to me. Yeah, that's creepy. Oops. Sorry. The first letter of each word in the quotes to spell out the URL, which we did. The questions at the bottom supply the username and password for the site. The username and password are the same. Okay. And then the fawn quiz. The correct answers are as follows, and we found those on the post because Jonathan Warner figured out that he was telling us the answers, which was great. Okay, so we have completed. Let me bookmark this. So we found a secret entry to the recap, and we have completed everything in box 1. Lots of world building, a completely different vibe than the first box of the woods, but very intriguing. We have deceived our way into this cult. Not cipher heavy, good point. All right, so let's decide what you want to do now as a group. And I like the fact that we've got this website of the survivors, very fun, and a good chunk of it seems like it's locked off to us, but is going to be revealed. So, let's see, just caught up, world building's great. Real world disappeared. We are now in an alternate universe. Yes, we are. Okay, so now, YouTube says 20 concurrent viewers, 13 likes. I do appreciate if you give these videos a thumbs up, but it's not going to kill me if you don't. We have to decide now what we want to do. Should we play box 2 now? That's the question. Should we play box 2 now? It's 1 a.m. here, Saturday night, Sunday morning. How is everyone feeling? Probably, we've been playing for 3 hours. Probably the subsequent boxes will not be this long. The question is whether we should stop here. Logan says box 2. We can do it as long as it isn't an ordeal. Misty says I'm down for box 2. I suppose the alternative, I haven't scheduled anything for Sunday afternoon, which we normally do something different on Sunday afternoons. It's a different group, but we could play box 2 tomorrow night. Anyone else? There's always a risk here because people who have been joining get tired. We lost Jonathan Warner after box 1 for the woods, and then we lost him for the rest of the game. Jonathan Warner says, I'll probably head out once again. Feel free to continue. I'm good with doing box 2. I guess we'll do box 2. There's enough, Misty says, depending on your stamina. There are enough people here, and we are doing this marathon thing. I suppose we have to train ourselves for stamina if we're going to get through 25 boxes in 30 days. All right, so we're going to play box 2. Let's take a 5-minute break to officially separate the video sessions. I'll see you in 5 minutes. We'll start box 2. All right, we're back. We are going to begin Box 2 in Empty Faces the Mountain now. We have infiltrated ourselves as initiates into this cult. I'm very curious to see what's next. The back of these boxes say email walter@emptyfaces.com. You can call or text. That's Elaine's online content. I think Elaine was saying someone else may have drawn this. That might be relevant for our case, but let's not worry about it. Okay. Huh. Okay, a deer's duty. Got an envelope full of something physical. Secrets of the Labyrinth Weaver. That's relevant to yesterday, to the woods. The Veridical Codex. Oh my god, it's a full book. And another secret message from our survivor. Oh my god, it's a full, crazy book. Whoa. Radiant Mountain Publishing Group. Holy cow, look at this. That's creepy. Exegesis of Euclidation. Looks like little spirograph things. Whoa, look at that weird thing. A little optical illusion of 3D. RM Meditations. Oh, that's creepy. All right, let's start with our letter. This is more creepy than the first letter, I think, with that book. Okay, here we go. Congratulations, you are now formally a part of the Radiant Mountain family. I'm writing to you to discuss the many questions you may have. Along with this letter, you've received a talisman representing your status as a deer. Wear it proudly. What is a deer exactly? Deer are the new members of the Radiant Mountain family. They represent the beginning of your journey up the mountain path. You may now step forward and begin learning more about us and what we are all about. The eyes of a deer are big and wide open, looking at the world in a new light, and they should be ever watchful of others around them. It is now your sacred duty to learn from your elders. What should you expect as a deer? You are now responsible for adhering to all the divine tenets. You must read them carefully and memorize them. Know that you are barred from information meant for sparrows and squirrels. There are consequences to accessing information that is above your current status. All deer must take the guided meditation course. You will start your divine chronicling, which must always be available for all members to see. That was that PDF page. So apparently we have to keep some chronicle, and it's public information. As long as you keep your eyes and thoughts open and accessible, you will find joy and fulfillment. What should you do if the path is unclear? What should you do if the path is unclear? Although we here at Radiant Mountain encourage and support each other, we must also watch closely for those who may be transgressing the covenant of the faithful. It is essential you report anyone who is misrepresenting our fellowship. no matter the status. There are those who wish to lead you astray. Do not pay attention to these detractors. If you ever receive correspondence from anyone other than myself, please be wary and report it straight to me. Remember, there is only one right way, and it is the way of the Raven. Yours in faith, Frederick Lisbon Jr. So remember that the person who has reached out to us is still in this community. And they're trying to send us messages to help us get them out and discover what's going on. But now we're being warned that everyone is watchful for a fake member. So like we're in danger here. We have to be very careful if they catch us looking at something we shouldn't, or having some communication with a dissident. We could get reported and we don't know what could happen to us. All right, that's a little scary. I gotta admit. Now let's see what this is. So the deer, that's what everyone starts out as. Here's our little pin. A deer's duty. A deer's duty is to learn the ways. Why isn't it zooming in? A deer's duty is to learn the ways of the beautiful wilderness we call our spiritual life. Deer should work towards self-discovery, openness, and mutual understanding, and commit to absorbing the tenets of our faith. As you embark on this journey toward true enlightenment, the Raven's teachings will help you become one with the world around you and prepare you for the path the divine power forged for you. Okay, and there's the deer emblem that we could wear. And then on the back it says, visit Radiant Mountain Life Deer Meditation, enter code ANTLER for a guided meditation designed for your level of divine progress. Our minds are open to the future. So I guess we listened to the fawn meditation, and now it's going to be deer meditation next. This is like the what's the cult that Tom Cruise is part of? Is that the Mormon church? The point is, I think we're going to be moving up the chain in each box until we get to the top and get access to all the secrets of the cult, which is very spooky. Scientology, not Mormon, Scientology. Okay, so we're going to need to do this meditation. I wonder if you're going to get a pin at each level. I do suspect that as we get higher up, we're going to know more secrets of the cult. Let's just not get caught out. All right. Let's see, what is this? The exegesis. Exegesis. I'm not sure I know what that word means. Is it, well, elucidation is like understanding, coming to understand, elucidate or to explain. I think exegesis means like the pathway, the route, the outcome. Maybe someone can fill us in. Okay. You have chosen your path. Your initial weaving will always be the best representation of your current self. Look at your first spiraling labyrinth. Discover your true self. Okay, well, here is Secrets of the Labyrinth Weaver. I'm just pausing for this because this is talking about weaving your path, and this is Labyrinth Weaver. This feels like it's related to the first game we played. We're told about an important labyrinth that these magical witches knew how to weave to discover their true name, etc. The Labyrinth Weaver is a divine instrument used to aid in self-discovery. The Weaver has two parts, the ring and the wheel. Oh, it's talking about this. Okay, so the Labyrinth Weaver is this thing. Okay, so we've got a device here, and we've got wheels. You can't see this. Why can't you see this? There we go. Wait. Oh, it's these green cubes. Thought I fixed that. Okay, so this is our Labyrinth Weaver. Okay. The Labyrinth Weaver is a divine instrument used to aid in self-discovery. The Weaver has two parts, the ring and the wheel, which I guess is what we've got here. Rings and wheels. Both essential to controlling the size, shape, and pattern of the illustrated labyrinth. Labyrinths created with the Weaver are imbued with power and can serve as a charms or talismans, like the roots of the gilded oak. The tangled knots of the labyrinth will retrace your true path. In ancient times, weavers were crafted from sacred metal, and a sharp tool was used to carve the labyrinths into clay or soft stone. In the modern era, weavers have been redesigned to be lightweight and portable, and a simple ink pen can be used to inscribe your labyrinth on paper. Begin by placing your paper on a hard surface. Set the ring in the middle of the paper, hold it in place with one hand. Place the wheel anywhere inside the ring against one inner edge. Place the tip of your pen inside one of the holes in the wheel, then drag the wheel with your pen around in a looping motions. Let your hand be guided by the divine power, and your true path will be revealed. If you struggle, do not be discouraged. Channeling the divine power takes practice and concentration. After your labyrinth is complete, open the envelope containing the exegesis of elucidation. Therein you will learn your true nature based on the form and features of your labyrinth. Interesting. So we're not supposed to peek ahead to what the form of our labyrinth means. We're supposed to do one here. All right, let me, actually, we can do it on the back of one of these. Okay, and it should be on hard paper, hardback. Okay, here we go. Maybe actually we'll do it on the back of this alphabet. That's sure gotta have some magic to it. All right, now it just says ring and wheel, but it doesn't say which one to pick. Do we just pick whichever one jumps out at us as being... Actually, I see. These are these two rings. These both look like they're the same size, the same number of gears. And these don't have gears. So I think it's got to be in one of these. But how do we know which wheel to use? I guess this is the one that speaks to me. Let's see if my pen will go through it. I'm going to pick this one here. Kids will know this as a... I think I missed one. Let me go back. Yeah. So kids know this toy, otherwise known as a spirograph. Very similar idea. Okay, I think that's enough to get the basic idea. Okay, so this was my labyrinth that I picked by picking the blue wheel and a specific hole in the blue wheel. Now, let's see what that reveals. Looks like this one here, doesn't it? But maybe if I had gone around more, no. Clearly the inner hole is tiny, so it's not that one. But could it be this one? This one seems to have an inner hole, an inner spikiness around it, whereas this one is just the hole, which I think is closer to what I have. Okay, let's read this. Be aware of the empty space within your labyrinth. The less there is, the less space you have to receive the truth. Strive to open that space within you, or you will suffer from your spiritual disconnection from the presence of the divine. Large loops indicate the distance you put between yourself and others. Do not fear the family, they are here to help you. If this was your first spiraling labyrinth, it's vital you make note of this in your divine chronicle. That's creepy. It says, make sure that we know that this is my first labyrinth. We shouldn't hand in this one. They might get suspicious if they see that we've got this alphabet here. You've chosen your path. Your initial weaving will always be the best representation of your current self. Look at your first spiraling labyrinth and discover your true self and how it will best serve. Okay, well, that's where we are, our first labyrinth. Okay, weird, creepy, but okay. So I think maybe this was part of this. Anyway, it says if we follow these instructions, okay, in ancient times you did it with metal. Begin by placing your paper hard surface. Place a wheel anywhere. Don't be discouraged. After it's complete, read the Exegesis of Elucidation. There you will learn your true nature based on the form and features of the labyrinth. Okay, so that's what we did. An exegesis is a critical explanation or interpretation of a text, especially anything spiritual or scriptural. That's the definition of exegesis. A critical explanation or interpretation of a text. Okay. How is that going to affect us? What does that mean? That this is what the labyrinth was? I don't know. So let's move along here. We've got this. No explanation for why we're looking at this or what it is. It seems very regular. It's hard to imagine any secret message in this. It freaks out the camera a little bit. There is a QR code here, or not a QR code, a barcode. Is it a barcode, or is it one of these compressed text? No, it's a barcode, I think. Suppose we could scan it and see what we get. Can we? Can we just see what happens if we try to scan this? Does the camera know how to open that? It's not a QR code. I do have an app here that I thought I had an app that could scan for codes here. Let's see what happens if this generic thing can read it. unmake the world, I think it's saying that this barcode encodes the text unmake the world. So I'm just going to make a note. The optical illusion barcode says unmake the world. That's creepy. Logan says, not at all creepy. Okay. All right. Unmake the world. Now, there's only one more physical item other than the meditation, and it's this book. Now remember, we're hoping to find some 2 key phrases that would let us get into the website, right? Put their energy to good use, blank the divine power, and the true name of Thomas, who lit the world. I don't think we need this anymore. So let's just keep our eye open for that. All right, let's take a look at this book then. Who is Lux? Well, who or what is Lux? Is that the author of this? "1973, Radiant Mountain Publishing Group, January 1989, 2nd edition." So this cult is at least from 1973. Thomas, who lit the world, Lux equals light. Interesting. Maybe his name was Lux. That wouldn't be a bad guess. The making and unmaking of the world. The glorified ones, the first officer, second officer, third order. Glorious paragons of the first order, second order, third order. Birth of the glorious paragons. Tenets of the mountain. Hierarchy of the mountain. Deer, sparrow, squirrel. Oh, so they are in a strict hierarchy, I think. Deer is first, then you can evolve to sparrow, then you can evolve to squirrel, and then raven. This is very creepy. The making and unmaking of a world. In the time before time, there was only light, no shadows stretched. Night did not descend. The light was itself alone, eternal and merciless, and no eye could look upon its brilliance, nor was any face warmed by its glow. Into this heartless, blazing world came the dark. Where it clashed against the light, storms appeared. Great seething clouds began to roil at the place where light and darkness met, and thunder pealed, and lightning flashed, and rain fell. The storm was the storm of life, and from it came the spark of all that would become and all that would cease to be. Then the first night fell, and time began, and the world grew and thrived in a perfect cycle of darkness and light. In the early ages of the world, the earth was still learning its shape. The shell of the earth cracked, and the land heaved, and the oceans churned. Where once was land lay ocean, and where ocean lay, land was again. Great mountains were born at the seams of the earth, and great valleys appeared where the land split. These were days of power, when the very air simmered with untold enchantments. But as the land healed itself and grew still, its power coalesced and fell into paths along its surface, along which its most ancient mysteries lie. 3. Then came the era of endless lightning, when storms scarred the land and the rains came without ceasing. During this time, a white-hot strike seared the peak of the highest mountain and sparked a fire that burned unquenchable for 1,000 years. When at last the flame exhausted itself, a golden acorn lay amongst the ashes, from whence a sapling unfurled. Its trunk grew strong and true, and its tangled roots made a great and powerful labyrinth within the mountain. This is the tree from which all the world's wisdom bloomed, and in which are housed all the sacred truths of life. In the days before men, wild animals roamed unchecked across the land. They were as spirits and had all the power of spirits and were wise and could speak. Among them, the raven was the wisest, for he alone could attain the summit of the consecrated mount and seek wisdom from the tallest tree. One raven amongst their dark number was chosen to guide the other creatures. The method of choosing was by the holy current, and whosoever could withstand the storm unscathed became the one true guide. Four. In ages past, all things living commanded infinite power. Some creatures sought to keep their strength secret and refused to share their gifts. But no power may thrive that is not in balance between light and dark. There came a time of great devastation, for without balance there can only be strife. Thus darkness sought to make all creatures equal and share their power equally amongst all things. Instead, the craven amongst them concealed their divinity and left the worlds deathlike and dull. Their true names were last. No more were they as spirits. Their true names were lost, and no more were they as spirits. No longer did they sing the sacred word. No longer did they speak each other's tongues. This is like what schizophrenics draw. When you find the schizophrenic notes in the asylum, this is the kind of thing you see. 5. Only the wise raven remembered how the world had been, and only the raven could guide the others toward the luminous peak to uncover the wisdom of old. Those who made the perilous journey were as one, united in their search for pure enlightenment, joined in service of the sacred equilibrium, which is the source of all life. In a time which is yet to be, the enlightened ones will reign supreme. The air will be filled with unseen flame, and the voices of all living things will be carried great distances across the air. Those who serve the divine and multiply its power will be glorified, and those who eschew its touch will be as one who is cursed. The work of the faithful is to magnify the word of truth and prepare to receive divinity within them. Then will the world be unmade into a realm where all power is as one. Then will all light be darkness and all darkness light. So that was our making and unmaking of the world. Now we're on to the glorified ones. Creepy, huh? 1. Introduction. Glory be to those who exalt that which has many names. They are the most enlightened amongst the faithful and have done the most to magnify the divine and have been made one in their final rest. Sacred are their names. glorious paragons of the first order. Benjamin, called by the name of the aspen, he who drew power from the storm. Franz, called by the name of the pine, he who harnessed the currents that influenced the mind. Guglielmo, called by the name of thorn, he who made the air sing with voices. Luigi, called by the name of the field, he who revealed the currents running through the world. Michael, called by the name of the elder, he who caged the power of the world. Nicola, called by the name of the honeysuckle, he who shaped the current to a universal form. Thomas, called by the name of the heath, he who captured image and song and lit the world. Okay, so you can see something here, right? First of all, that's one of our answers that we've been looking for. What was the true name of Thomas who lit the world? So, called by the name of the heath. But look, it's Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, Benjamin Franklin, and then these are surely people who dealt with electricity and electromagnetism in some way, right? Nikola Tesla shaped the current to a universal form. Thomas Edison captured image and song. These are all people involved in electricity in some form. So I don't know these friends. I don't know who these are, but I'm sure these are people in history who are involved in... This person has probably invented batteries, caged the power of the world, revealed currents. This is going to be someone early on. Sing with voices. Okay. Energy and electricity. So this is the early foundational people. Does someone in the channel want to fill us in on who these 5 are? Try to do some research or let us know who Franz, Luigi, Michael are. The others I recognize: Benjamin Franklin, Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison. And then we have our ants. I see something in the chat about magnify the divine. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you're communicating to me there, but okay. 2 answers to passwords. What if I'm missing something? Glory to be those who establish as many names. I have done the most to magnify the divine. I don't know why you're saying that's a password. We're looking for Thomas, but why do we care about magnify the divine? I don't know what that means. Guglielmo Marconi was one of the people. Early on that page, the blank, the divine. Yeah, but that phrase is put their energy to good use and something to divine power. So you're saying, I've done the most to magnify the divine. So this is not this phrase. I wouldn't be surprised that you're right, that this is magnify. In fact, I think you're probably right. But this should be a quote, I think. So I think we're going to see this full quote out. But I think you're right. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't magnify. But we haven't come across this actual quote, right? And then this one, the true name of Thomas, I guess we could It could be Edison, or they could be called by the name of the heath. I'm not even sure what that means, but it's a tree, right? These are all trees. The pine, the thorn, the name of the field elder, honeysuckle. These are all tree type things. Okay, let's keep going. The second order, Edwin, called by the name of the ivy, who made images in a flash of light. These are probably like initial people who discovered energy, electricity, and then these are still people in history, I think. Dreamed of capturing light in a glass. Engine of the light, Golding, Giovanni. I don't know these people, but they sound familiar. Like person who invented photography, etc. Okay, now who are these people? Glorious paragons of the third order. James, called by the name of the apple, who tended the temple of health. Leon, called by the name of the willow, who made music of the current. Margaret, called by the name of the hazel tree, she who sought to heal by light energy. Robert, called by the name of the rowan, who taught the current how to sing. Okay, so I don't know who these people, their first names are not enough for me to know who they're being talked about. But this is the kind of thing we could go give to ChatGPT and it would probably figure out for us. But we don't need to know the answer to them. Oh, here we go. This would help you figure out who's who, right? Benjamin Franklin, 1706. Thomas Edison, 1847. Nikola Tesla, 1856. And then these other people. So with these dates, we could find these people's full names and who they're actually talking about. They're using tree names again. Okay, so it's going up to 1934. Who's in 1934 taught the current how to sing? Not sure. Okay, so maybe we're going to get referred to these again in the future. But they're just famous people in history who have worked on electricity, energy, etc. Tenets of the mountain. Here we go. 1. The truth. They who seek to serve the truth must learn from this sacred word, the veridical Codex Lux et Umbra, which contains all knowledge of creation, power, and enlightenment. This knowledge is bestowed only to those who ascend to the mountain's peak, where resides the gilded oak, the origin of all wisdom. The journey is full of trials to test one's fortitude and faith, but those who persevere are rewarded with complete spiritual insight. Each living thing is blessed with the true name, which is unknown to all but those who have obtained the truth. One who knows the true name of a creature holds power and dominion over it in absolution. A true name may be revealed to the worthy through meditation, divination, ritual, or prophetic dreams. So maybe in those rituals, we may hear a name in the background subliminally. Look for hidden stuff in here. I haven't seen anything yet. Divine power. The truth is knowledge incarnate, a divine power with no beginning or end. Beyond the conceptual or abstract, it is an existence born of darkness and light, manifesting in every corner of our world. This divine power cannot be wielded or controlled by humankind, but merely channeled through distinct means. The greatest way to channel divine power is to become a vessel for the truth. 3. Becoming a vessel. To become a proper vessel, one must be completely open to receive the truth. To be open, one must be empty of all unnecessary thoughts and emotions, must be cast aside in a process called hollowing. Hollowing occurs at the end of one's journey to seek truth. Meditation and ritual are the keys to a fruitful hollowing. hollowing was a central element of the woods. So these two stories are deeply connected, which is very cool. Okay, that's creepy. Look at how it's all weaving in and out. Okay, looks like a Jewish star. I don't know what else is going on here. Imbuement. Once the hollowing is complete and one has become an empty vessel, the truth may then fill that void using the ritual of imbuement. Those filled with the truth are fully enlightened, a receptacle of knowledge and divine power. Imbuement is the greatest privilege for those who seek the truth, as all who journey strive to reach this peak. It's like being hollowed out and a demonic spirit occupies your body is what they're aiming for. Like that's their highest form of truth, is when this evil creature gets in your body. That's terrifying. What the natural witches from our previous story considered a horrible state of affair, when your spirit leaves your body and some creature comes in it, this cult thinks of as the highest attainment of truth. The lightning people, like the witches thought lightning was the worst. Lightning was their enemy. Remember, the grandmother wouldn't go near lightning. These people worship lightning in its metaphorical sense. It's like we're seeing the other side of this coin here. Hierarchy of the mountain. 1. Introduction. The creatures of the mountain are diverse and special, and they come together to build a family. Each creature contributes to its family in a different way, but all equally serve the truth. As a creature ascends the mountain and gains knowledge from the sacred word, it may change form and purpose. Deer to sparrow, sparrow to squirrel, and squirrel to raven. There may only be one raven in the family, and he must be given absolute loyalty. He is chosen through trial by lightning in the denouement of the raven. There can only be one raven. The raven's at the top, and then below that you could have some squirrels, some sparrows, and then lots of deer. And here is the deer. Deer. 2. Innocent and unsullied, the deer is the one who follows. It patiently obeys those who stand waiting on the peak above. The deer is open and willing to be filled by the sacred word, unafraid of the sleep journey to reach the truth. The sleep journey, eek. Brimming with potential, the deer begins at the base of the mountain and serves as the foundation of its family. Its antlers grow like the branches of the gilded oak, strong and rising ever higher. Next is the sparrow. 3. The sparrow is the one who heralds the sacred word. It takes flight over the vast barren lands surrounding the mountain and calls to lost creatures, beckoning them to join the ascension to truth. The sparrow is blessed with swift, sturdy wings and a voice clear and pure. It helps its family grow and flourish like the plentiful foliage of the gilded oak. The sparrow serves as a trustworthy guide for the deer to follow in their shared journey. And then with the squirrel, we have another note from our insider. Orphan, that's how they refer to us. I appreciate your discretion regarding our communication. By now you've seen my concerns with my family on the forum. And my family. My family and my family. Family. Okay, the group, the cult, and his actual real biological family. You must speed through the trials. I'll help with all of my 6 series put forward. I will help with my 6 senses. I will help with my 6 senses put forward. Always remember, and then he's gotten some encrypted message to us. Signed it D. Now we think his name might be Thomas, so maybe that's telling us that this is a Caesar cipher where D decrypts to T. It looks like a simple shifting cipher based on the fact that the word breaks look like words and the frequencies of the letters don't look English, but they look fairly consistent to me. So I think this actually might be, in his note from the first box, it said first is last, last first. So I think maybe this is the Atbash cipher where A's become Z's and Z's become A's. Let me just see. A, B, C, D, Z, Y, X. That wouldn't make this a T, but we'll see if we were right. Let's see. Robert is Robert Moog, who created the Moog synthesizer, born in 1934. Okay. All right, so we'll put this aside. We'll continue reading. We're almost done with this book, actually. 4 is the squirrel. The squirrel is the one who toils. It works to fulfill the needs of its family, gathering all it can to provide sustenance and sanctuary. For its tireless work, it gains the greatest reward, which is to serve the raven directly. Privy to the intricacies of the sacred word known only to few, the squirrel guides the sparrow to greater heights. Its diligent efforts nourish the gilded oak to live long and resiliently. And here is the raven, which there can only be one. Wise and influential, the raven is the one who leads. It is he who interprets the sacred word for those not yet enlightened, a conduit for the truth. He channels the divine power directly from the gilded oak, his once empty vessel imbued with knowledge. The raven watches over the deer, sparrow, and squirrel and aids them on their journey up the mountain, always prepared to make sacrifices for the good of his family. And that is the book. Very creepy. Okay, so we got at least 2 of the passwords we've been looking for, and we also have this encrypted message. Now, I said that looked like a Caesar cipher, but it also looks like it could be an Atbash cipher, which would make complete sense when you consider this statement. Who is last is first, who is first will last. That's like A to Z, Z to A. So let us manually, in fact, let's not manually do it. Let's see. If we go to here and we open a new page and we type in online Atbash cipher. I don't know why we lost some of it, but I hate the advertisements on that page. But okay, let's try it here. I think that's an OJIHN. That doesn't look right. BCM. I don't know if it's an N or an H. XUN. CI is an H or an N. Okay, this doesn't look like an Atbash, even though I thought it was. Right, let's try it a different way then. I thought that this guy's name is Thomas. So let's see. If a D becomes a T, let's see what happens here. If D becomes T, O becomes E, J becomes Z. That doesn't look right. Easy. I becomes Y. H becomes X. That's certainly not right. Hmm. It seems like it should be one of those. Whose last is first, whose first is last, what range, what constant. Don't know that his name is Thomas. He could just be saying D is his name, his nickname D. So maybe he hasn't encrypted his name. So that's irrelevant. But you could then just say OJI. I wish I knew whether that was okay. Let's do it differently. Let's decrypt. Let's attack it like we would any kind of Caesar shift. That N looks like it might be a word on its own. That would make it either an I or an A. So let's shift the N to an A. And let's see what we get now. OJI BWV. That's wrong. Okay, so what if that standalone letter N was actually mapping to an I? Now what do we get? O becomes a J, J becomes an E, I becomes a D. And then it doesn't quite seem like it's right. But let's see. I mean, this may be more complicated than a Caesar cipher. I wish I could. OJIHN. I think that's an H. Surely that's an H. Okay, so if it's this, it would be J E D C I. It doesn't seem like that's not a word. Wow, we've tried 3 things now. First will become last, last will become first. That really felt like it should have been it. Three-letter word, BCM. WX. That's really not right. A good guess what that would be the word the. Second word, 3-letter word, feels like the would be very likely to be what you would write. B U E. That's not a word. Huh. Okay, well, let's think what else we could use to decrypt this. I mean, I do see that we've got this weird situation where it says, I will help with all of my 6 senses put forward. That's fishy. Like, that's a weird statement to make. What So maybe this has nothing to do with this password. I will help with all of my 6 senses put forward. Could it be just saying it's a shift of 6? So A goes to B, C, D, E, F. 6 senses put forward. 5 senses either here or here, depending on how you want to count 6. But I guess 6 would be here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Does that make a 3-letter word out of BCM? HIS. His. I think this is it. Looks like the chat Imato Rose came up with this thought, similar timing than I did. Okay. All right, so let's try. Now that we know this, let us find a Caesar cipher now that we think it's a shift. Now, of course, we could have asked for a Caesar cipher to try all options, but we wanted to figure it out. Okay, so we're going to say this is a shift of 6, and then our input here, OJIHN BCM. OJIHN space BCM upon tis, upon this. Okay, so this is it, but it's not spaced properly. That's a little bit tricky. That's a little bit tricky. It's designed to foil us a little bit. Zion. XUNCIHQY. Let's just put this in together. Foundation. This is clearly the right answer. Notice how it's deliberately breaking words not where they really break to make it harder. All right. QYA. Whoops. ALIQNIN BYMI ULCHAM QYYN MIHAZ LIGN EYBUL JIZNY KIZN BY XUQH UMUHY FYMM period BICABN FCA BNHCHA BOLHM MCSNIN BYYULN BQBC and BYZ. It doesn't matter if there's some typos because it won't break anything else. BYZCUO HU, but you can tell me if I miss a line. UHX CYLH LHMQ CMB NB CMB YCL NLOY GYM BYBC X XYH NFF BONN BYL UPYH period. Okay. Upon this foundation, we grow to the soaring sweet song from the harp of the dew, harp of the something, looks like something's gone wrong in my typing here. Song from the harp of the nascent, the dew nascent something. Bright lightning burns. Boy, it looks like a lot of errors on my part. Lightning burns. And furnish the heart. Let the fauna and ferns wish their true names be hidden to all but the raven. The chat is telling us more about who the electricity people are. Upon this foundation, we grow to the soaring, sweet song from the harp of the dawn. This is clearly something's gone wrong here. Can I see where this is? It's the period FYMM. Before that was UMUHY. I guess it's hard to tell the N's from the M's here. UMUHY. This could be an H. X. Harp of the dew, and as an endless bright lightning, that's surely. Harp of the dawn. XUQH. Harp of the dawn, as an endless bright lightning burns to the earth. Burns something to the earth. So there's a typo somewhere. I'm not sure any of this matters. NINB. Let me just see what happened, where I am here. Yeah, we are close to it. MCSNINBYYUL. Could be an H here. No, it is Earth. LHM. Maybe this is an E. Yes. Burns sky to the earth. Lightning burns sky to the earth. Let FYN. Okay, let's find the bug here. FYNBYZ. While the fauna and ferns wish their true names be hidden to all but all, VONN is but, BYL UPYH, to all but. Is that an I? BYL, to all but the raven. Oh, all but the raven. Okay. Okay. Upon his foundation we grow. Upon upon this foundation, we grow to the soaring, I don't even know if it should be grow, but we go to the soaring sweet song from the harp of the dawn as an endless bright lightning burns to the earth while the fauna and ferns, just copy this, fauna and ferns wish their true names be hidden to all but the raven. Okay, that doesn't tell us anything, does it? I mean, I can take a screenshot of this. I don't see how this really helps us. Any thought? Logan says you don't have to do this. Okay, yeah, I'm ready to stop now. I was just hoping that it would reveal something. Not sure. It just seems to say that the raven knows their true names. But we could get asked for some detail of this at some point. Okay. I didn't hate that, though. I didn't hate figuring that out. We think we know how to read some of the new forum posts. Let's just check in with the chat. I've asked for help decoding people, and the chat has given it to me, so let's not be rude. Let's look at what some of these are. Leon is Leon Theraman. James is James Graham. Philo is Philo Taylor Farnsworth. Edwin is Edward Herbert Land. These are all people involved in the history of energy and electricity. Margaret Hamilton was a software engineer on the Apollo mission. The dates on the timeline are their birth years. That's useful to know. Had trouble with Golding as well, working on Giovanni. Margaret Cleaves, 1848-1917, is an American physician and scientific writer who was a pioneer in electrotherapy and the therapeutic use of the light and X-ray. Giovanni is Giovanni Aldini. The Fox sisters was Margaret Fox, was an 1848 spiritualist. So the chat has identified all of the people here, which we don't know if it's going to come in relevant at some point, but it might. But this cult worships energy, and the founders who figured out ways to use energy in different ways and electromagnetism. So we don't know what that has to do with spirits, but it does seem like they worship the lightning. All right, why don't we take our next break? When we come back, maybe we'll listen to the meditation and then unencrypt the forum posts that have been thus far hidden to us. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. The chat has been filling in more names from the history of this religious cult that half worships electricity and half seems to worship some spirit demon. But it may have been that the cult was originally just some weird cult about electricity and energy and has been taken over by some spirit creatures. Michael was Michael Faraday. I guess I should have gotten that one. Okay, so Franz Anton Mesmer. And then some discussion here about why this is working so well. I mean, this really is this kind of slow burn. It's really taking its time to introduce us to the creepiness of this world. Luigi Galvani. Okay, let us do the meditation now. I've been drinking my diet soda. Okay, let us do the guided meditation of the deer. I suspect these meditations are going to get stranger and stranger, but I also wonder if we don't need to listen for these words that are hidden here. I'm hoping we don't. All right, here we do. Here we go with our guided meditation. Radiant Mountain Life. Dear life. Dear meditation. And because we've advanced into the cult, we've been given the password of Antler. Okay. Radiant Mountain Deer Meditation Audio. No time stamp on this one. No duration. Let's see what happens. Eight minutes.
Hello, listeners, and welcome to the Radiant Mountain Meditation Workshop. This is Rachel, and I will be your guide today.
It's always Rachel.
For the next few minutes, put aside all that is stressful in your life and clear your mind. Relax and look at the patterned print. Hold the print lovingly in your hand.
It wants us to look at
away from
this.
the pattern.
Oh, sorry.
Shapes. Remember to take slow, deep breaths. You have only just begun your journey up the mountain. The winding path is before you. The sun rises in the sky and warms your body. You feel happy. Feel the bark on the trees as you pass them. You can feel every crease and edge on the bark against your fingers and palm. It sends waves of energy through you, from the bark to the palm of your hand and tips of your fingers, and slowly up your arm. You feel an electric warmth throughout your body. The trees love you. You hear a sound of rustling leaves. You turn to look. Your eyes meet the big, endlessly dark eyes of a deer. You follow the deer deeper into the woods. You are confident that it will lead you somewhere wonderful. Repeat. I am calm.
I am calm.
I am open.
I am open.
I am on an important journey.
I am on an important journey.
Good. Now, as you walk the path with the deer beside you, you hear the sounds of a babbling brook. The water is calming. The slow stream of the water softly speaks. The water says, "This way," and "Keep going." The path leads you to a fresh, clear spring. The water slowly swirls around and around and around. It is inviting you to be as content as the water. It is inviting you to stay. Repeat. The truth circulates in the spring.
The truth circulates in the spring.
I am as the spring which flows.
I am as the spring which flows.
I will flow and accept my path.
I will flow and accept my path.
Good. Now, dip your feet into the spring. The temperature is perfect. You feel the soothing, healing powers of the water. You rest, sitting on a large stone that has been warmed by the morning sun. Your feet feel the water flowing around them. The water is clear, clean, and refreshing. Small fish lazily swim around and around and around. Their silvery skin reflects the sunlight. You follow their path with your eyes, around and around and around. Repeat. I will welcome the truth.
I will welcome the truth.
The truth loves all of me.
The truth loves all of me.
I will surrender all of myself.
I will surrender all of myself. Rachel sounds like she's going through something.
Good. Now,
I don't like it.
you continue to follow the fish with your eyes. They are swimming around and around and around.
And
They
you
all
heard the
stare
weird
up at
voice
you.
at 403.
The fish are watching you. The fish love you. They invite you to swim with them. You get into the water. It is refreshing. You swim with the fish, around and around and around. The water swirls around you. You look up into the sky. The sun is setting. You are starting to feel content and empty. Repeat. I will pour out all that is unnecessary.
I will pour out all that is unnecessary.
I'm waiting to be occupied.
I'm waiting to be occupied.
I will be filled with the truth of all things.
I will be filled with the truth of all things.
Good. Now, drink deeply from the spring. It tastes of sweet sap on the tongue. It is that which gives life to the fruit. It is that which flows from the truth. The deer from earlier also takes a drink from the spring. The deer lays by the spring to rest. The deer stares deep within you. It knows you. It understands you. It loves you. It has been watching you the entire time, protecting you. You float on the water, looking up into the night sky. You are weightless. You are free. The deer will watch over you while you sleep. Rest tonight. You will sleep soundly. Repeat. I will be replenished.
I will be replenished.
I will continue along the path.
I will continue along the path. What's happening to Rachel?
And then I will be empty.
And I will be
No
empty.
more.
No more. Whoa, I think it said I will occupy.
Good. Now, your mind is gently reconnecting with your body. You feel renewed. Take a deep breath in. You feel the emptiness inside. There's nothing weighing you down. Slowly let the air flow out of you. You will welcome the truth in. Repeat. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you for listening to the Radiant Mountains meditative recording. Have a wonderful, joyous, and productive day.
Boy, that's creepy. Yeah, that voice was like the spirit that's going to take over your body. It was like, first he said hallowed, and the second time he broke in, and the third time broke in, she said like, you're empty, and he said you're like unoccupied, and the voice was like, I'm going to occupy you. Ugh, I don't want to let that voice is not getting in me. Okay, we're gonna solve this whole thing and get rid of burn this whole cult to the ground. Okay, very creepy, but we have to do this if we want to infiltrate this cult and expose it. All right, now I guess I'm going to leave these out because I think next up for us is the forum, which we now know some of the passwords for. All right, let's see what we got here. So, in the news and media, the true name of Thomas who lit the world. Okay, so we think his true name is the name in the book for Thomas Edison, but we think it wants the name Heath, called by the name of the Heath. It either wants Edison or Heath. I'm guessing it wants Heath. E-A-T-H. But if it doesn't like this, then surely it wants us to put in his last name. Yes, okay, that's what it wanted. But now, looks like, let's see, is this, okay, the sheep awaken. Let me get this. So, he's got a link to a page on the Radiant Mountain site, and then he wants us to watch this. Okay. The sheep awaken. All right, let's see.
This is not a video the controllers want you to see. But the world is waking up. The truth cannot be stopped. We now know that the world is flat, not round like scientists claim. We now know that mountains are the stumps of ancient massive silicate trees, not cooled magma flows like scientists claim. We now know that chemtrails are attempts at manipulating the weather, not simple condensation like scientists claim. What do all of these things have in common? Scientists are lying to us. They want us to be ignorant. They want us to just accept their explanations as the truth about the world and how it works. But why? Why do they want an ignorant population? Because an ignorant population is a controllable population. But these scientists are not out for themselves. They serve a higher power. One that is currently operating in plain sight. Radiant Mountain. Radiant Mountain wants you to believe they are a simple religious organization, whose only goal is the spiritual enlightenment of their members. This is a front. Like the Illuminati or the Freemasons, Radiant Mountain is a secret society with an ulterior motive. But unlike the Illuminati or Freemasons, Radiant Mountain's ultimate goal is not to rule the world. They want to destroy it. Beneath the facade of meditation workshops and self-help nonsense is a satanic cult hell-bent on destroying the earth. Radiant Mountain's history and practices are shrouded in secrecy. Leadership tightly controls the flow of information, even amongst its own members. Evidence suggests the group has existed since the 1700s, but its followers claim it predates Christianity. During the years of its formation, Radiant Mountain had to operate completely in the shadows, for the sheep had not been indoctrinated yet. But the centuries-long betrayal of science has allowed Radiant Mountain to proudly display themselves in the light of day, wrapping their beliefs in the label of lunacy so the masses will ignore them. But these plans are all too real. Under the guidance of their leader, a charlatan known as the Raven, members of Radiant Mountain carry out rituals supposedly rooted in pagan, nature-worshipping traditions. Yet ex-members claim these rituals actually feature much darker practices like sleep deprivation, branding, dosing members with hallucinogens, electrocution and animal sacrifice. These last two were publicly shown by Thomas Edison, a Radiant Mountain member himself, in his experiments electrocuting animals. These electrocutions were claimed to be a demonstration on the danger of Nikola Tesla's alternating current, but this was yet another lie, as Tesla was a Radiant Mountain member as well and wholeheartedly approved of this form of ritualistic sacrifice.
Whoa.
Today, the Radiant Mountains Sanctuary, or headquarters, stands at the base of a silicate tree stump near Cooper's Rock, a small town in a remote area of West Virginia. Strange occurrences have been linked to the group and the area near their sanctuary. Locals have reported compasses don't work on the stump, and the area's frequent electrical disturbances and power outages are caused by the group's rituals. Strange lights are often reported in the sky above the silicate tree's remains, and many out-of-towners have reported getting lost in the forests surrounding Radiant Mountain's home base. Cooper's Rock is also the site of a number of tragic and unexplained events. In the early days of its history, settlers and native populations often clashed violently, including some of the grisliest massacres of the era. During the 1920s and 1930s, 14 young children were reported missing from the region, never to be seen again. Police claimed these children were runaways, but all signs point to this being a cover-up orchestrated by the cult. A disastrous explosion in a local coal mine claimed the lives of several locals in the 1960s. In 1994, a woman named Brenda Murray went missing near the sanctuary, only to return 3 months later with no memory of what happened to her during that time. In 2003, a freak electrical storm started a forest fire that devastated the area, destroying a number of homes and killing at least one person, though the Radiant Mountains sanctuary and grounds were mysteriously unscathed. The fact that this sanctuary is in West Virginia is another sign of the cult's nefarious goals. Virginia was named after Queen Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen. So Virginia can symbolize stability, or an empire. The term West comes from the Latin word vesper meaning evening or night. West Virginia is literally the evening of the empire, where the sun will set on the empire of humanity and darkness shall fall over all of creation. Radiant Mountain members have infiltrated positions of power at every level of government and industry, influencing all aspects of society. Their central symbol, the mountain, can be seen in the logos of several well-known companies in the film, insurance, athletic, and aviation industries, among others, leading some to suspect these companies may, in fact, be controlled by highly placed agents of Radiant Mountain. In recent years, Radiant Mountain has begun reaching out to new members by focusing on the wellness and self-improvement aspects of their message. This massive recruitment effort can only mean they are reaching their end game. But what is their end game? What more could a secret society with a measurable influence over the world want? I've already told you. Look at the facts. Radiant Mountains Sanctuary is built around an ancient silicate tree, a symbol of the old world. Cooper's Rock has experienced severe storms in the past, most likely caused by Radiant Mountain manipulating the weather using chemtrails. Underneath the silicate tree is a known mine. One that once exploded.
A mine.
But that explosion was no accident. It was a ritualistic sacrifice and a trial run for the cult's ultimate plan. You would think after such a brazen and deplorable display that Radiant Mountain would have been stopped then and there. But nothing happened. The cops covered it up, the media printed the lie, and the sheep went back to grazing. And now Radiant Mountain is gathering more members, increasing its available manpower. The end is upon us. Their plan is almost ready. Have you put the pieces together yet? Radiant Mountain wants to literally send the world to hell. Using chemtrails they will create a flood unlike any seen since the days of Noah. Then beneath an ancient tree they will break through the bottom of earth into hell. And like a bathtub,
Whoa.
when the plug is removed, the waters will rush out of the world, carrying all of creation into hell. They must be
Wow.
stopped. The truth must be spread. Get the word out to all you know. Turn on every screen. Make this video inescapable so that the world is drowned in the shouting of truth and the sheep have no choice but to wake up. And once they are awakened, they will crush Radiant Mountain with righteous fury. And the world will know peace once more.
All right. That was very cool. We've got like a paranoid conspiracy theory video about this cult that we think is doing some sort of demonic craziness, but now we've got craziness on the other side. Someone has uncovered what they think is a conspiracy involving the cult. That is very cool. Very paranoid and cool. Okay, so someone has posted this post on a thread called RM Documentary Video, and then our person who contacted us has suggested a reply to a URL on this website. What have they... no, this is not what we wanted. It's a new form. So this is the end quiz. Okay, so the end quiz. So we could be about to answer the questions for the end of this letter, but before we do, we probably want to go back and see if we have indeed figured out the other forum stuff. I guess I have to actually go back from this page. So this would be to become Sparrow, but we're not really ready for that yet. Let me write down this URL. GEA log. Okay, so we're not ready for this yet because we think we might know. We think we might know another password. So this person says it's reassuring to see that they're getting more attention, less on crazy rumors. All people care about is sensationalism. Okay, so we did think... I don't think we can get into any of these. But are they questions? No, we don't know how to get into these. But this one said, put the energy to good use, something to divine power. Put their energy to good use. So, Radiant Media is propaganda. So I don't believe we've seen this, but Logan had a good guess about this, but I'm not even sure we should try to guess, but let's just try to see what happened. Because I think if we did guess this right, we might be getting this before we should, but if we try magnify, does that work? No, that's not it, but that's good, because I think maybe even if it worked, it was a good guess. I think it might have been premature. So these are all password protected with no clues about them. But you might use his same password again. Like, this is this guy's post. Do you think, what's the chance that he uses the same post every time he unlocks it? So that was the thing we just did. What's the odds that every time he posts, he uses his same... Oh. That's weird. Found this recently. So actually, look, that points to this, which we did unlock. So what's the chance that he uses the same password here? H-E-A-P-H. No. Okay, but he gave us this link, which we know the password to, and we could watch. And this one, we don't know how to get into. How I freed myself. Look who I found on the mailing list. Detective wouldn't take my case. An admin. We don't know what that's about. There was something very weird about, not weird, but I felt like I might have been getting a clue when I noticed that this was posted by the admin. But he posted it. He said, a few days ago, a stranger came to visit me, wanted me to share my story. He said I could write a letter, he'd put it up. And then our guy posted. Okay. I think it's time for the quiz. I think it is time for the quiz. So it's this click. And now we're supposed to take the quiz. Now, Elaine Covington told me the quizzes can be quite hard. On a previous one, we got the answers by someone, from someone. So I think what Elaine was suggesting to me is that we try to answer it, and then if we get them wrong, then we go to the hints and reveals. Does everyone feel good about that? I think that's what we'll do here. Okay, short box today. All right, here we go. Do not attempt to undertake this evaluation. You've prepared your spirit, feel certain of your readiness to advance. Reveal all relevant teachings. I think we've listened to the meditation. We don't really understand why we did the spirograph, but we did read the full book. We looked at this, although I don't know what that's supposed to do for us. Let's just see what happens. What is your purpose as a deer? Well, we know it's not to answer to the raven directly because there's a hierarchy. I think it's B, right? To obey and serve as the family's foundation. Do we agree it's B? I guess what I'd like is this one. There we go. Okay. We still have some hints from the first note, the summit, etc. It's true. I think we know the answer is B. If we get this wrong, we're just going to have to do the test again, but I think it's B. All right, you guys got to, as soon as you see it, you got to say, I agree it's B. Don't just give me a yes or no. You got to give me full sentences because by the time I see your answer. What will be your purpose as a sparrow? I think the sparrow, who we're trying to reach the new level, and the sparrow is the one that spreads the word. So it's to recruit, D. Now, what action best describes your soul? I believe this was the part of our, the encrypted message, right? That he was giving us, like, the soul is supposed to soar away, and then the new spirit sneaks into the body. So I think the soul is supposed to be soaring. I guess I'm just going to go with my gut with these, and then if we get them wrong, we'll go back and try to get some help from the chat. I think it's soaring. What divine instrument helps the sparrow sing? Okay, this is this guy trying to help give us the answers, and he did tell us that it was the harp of dawn. That was his Caesar cipher shift 6 message. When did the gilded oak first come to be? Now, that's a good question. I think this was about the making of the world, right? The making and unmaking of the world. I think we got told about the gilded oak. Yeah, here, look. It says, then came the era of endless lightning. The storms scarred the land. During this time, there was this strike. Fire burned unquenchable for 1,000 years. This is step 3 of the making and unmaking of the world. And it said, when it was gone, a golden acorn unfurled, and then its roots came and made the tree. So the answer then is that it was the era of endless lightning, and then came other eras. So I guess this is part of the era of endless lightning, even though it sounds like it's when the lightning ended. But I think what we've got here is the era of endless lightning. I just want to make sure it doesn't say there's the storms first. Era of endless lightning. When storms scarred the land. Seems like the storms and the lightning are part of the same thing. When at last the flame exhausted itself, then the acorn came. But it doesn't say perilous storms. It just says storms came. So I think this is still the era of endless lightning. It's an open book test. Yes, it's an open book test. Who is the glorious paragon who made an engine of the light? Fun. Okay. Engine of the light. All right, now I'm going to ask the chat to repeat what you already figured out. Whoops. So William is the paragon who made an engine of the light. So remind me what you figured out, called by the name of the fern. I guess we don't need to remember his full name, but you remind me in the chat, because we know it's William, called by the name of the fern. Who can control the divine power? Well, we are told that the raven can channel the divine power directly from the gilded oak. So I guess the answer then is the raven. Now the paragons, the glorified ones, are the ones that have magnified the divine. They are not people that control the divine. So I think here we've got raven. What will grant you power and dominion over a creature? We know that the creature's true name gives you total dominion over the creature. What is your true name? I guess our answer is that everything has a true name, but they're hidden to us. So I'm going to say my true name is hidden to me. This should be our last question. Who is the one true guide you must obey above all others? The one true guide, huh? I mean, who is the one true guide? I mean, it seems like we have to obey the raven above all others. But I'm a little bit... Wise and influential, the raven is the one who leads. And he's the leader of the family. So I think... But I don't remember if we're told... The mountain is the metaphor. I think the guide is the raven. It's in the book. You got to give me full sentences because otherwise I don't know if you're answering a question from 10 minutes ago. I mean, the raven is the thing at the end. So I think the answer is the raven, but that's our hierarchy. But it's possible that it said something else about the guide. Only the raven could guide the others towards the peak. Feels like it's the raven. Okay, here we go. This could be our determination if we got it all right. Okay, let's see. Oh! Unfortunately, it appears your spiritual progress is not yet advanced enough to ascend to the rank of sparrow. You're close to obtaining the knowledge needed to move forward on your journey. Review the sacred tests in detail. Do not doubt in your abilities. You will soon be rewarded. What did we get wrong? What did we get wrong? Any idea? What is your purpose? Surely it's to serve as the foundation. Yes. Whoops. What will be your purpose as a sparrow? Sparrow is clearly to recruit. That's the whole point of the sparrows. To recruit. This one I'm not 100% sure of. I thought our soul was soaring, but I could be wrong. Any thought about what we got wrong here? We're supposed to be a vessel. I think the soul has to soar away so that we can be empty, so that creature could come in, fill the void. You're trying to become an empty vessel, hollowing out. I'm gonna try and see. Helps the sparrows sing. Harp of Dawn became. It didn't tell us about perilous storms. It just said there was the era of the. It does say the sparrow serves as a trustworthy guide for the deer. So I wonder if I answered the sparrow one wrong. Golden acorn. When at last the flame exalted. During this time, rains came. The era of lightning when the storms scarred. This is clearly this era. This one, we said it was William made the fern, an engine of the light. Surely that's right. Who can control the divine power? Who can control it? So the raven can guide it. Is that the same as the control? Yeah, we'll go to the hints in a minute. Let me just, I don't know if guide, control. I'm going to try a different answer here. No one. True name. What's your true name? That was it. How about that? Give myself a little pat on the back. So the only answer I changed is I said that no one can control the divine power because only the raven can guide it. I thought maybe that's a difference. I don't remember it saying that no one could control it, but we did find in the book that it said the raven can channel it. That's not quite the same as controlling it. So it looks like that was the difference. Well done, child of the mountain. You have proven your devotion to the truth, and you are now eligible to ascend to the rank of sparrow. As a sparrow, you will recruit new members to join our Radiant Mountain family. Your reliability and commitment make you the perfect mentor to help guide the deer. Your greatest asset is your voice, strong and clear, as it will herald to the lost and broken. You will be the gift that helps our family grow. With this new responsibility, you must think of others first and be generous with your time and patience. Your efforts will be rewarded with a greater understanding as you take one step closer to true enlightenment. All right. Well, we are ascending the ranks of this cult. And it's getting scarier each time. So we've been playing for 5 hours. We're going to stop here. I feel like I could play another box, but we should stop. We should stop. Let's enjoy. Let's take a moment at night to appreciate this game that's supposed to be played over 6 months. We just finished the first 2 months in 5 hours. Surely that deserves a little bit of a break. But the question is, when do we play next? That's a tough question. I think we're going to have to play tomorrow night because we are not waiting until the next weekend. We don't have that luxury. So we're going to meet again tomorrow night, I guess at 10 p.m. I realize that not all of you who can join for a Saturday night can join for a Sunday night. Unfortunately, this is going to have to be a group effort where sacrifices are made to get these all played. So we're going to meet again Sunday night. Maybe we'll play boxes 3 and 4 if all go well. Derek asks a tricky question. Are we going to finish Return of the Ripper, Sherlock Holmes? That's a great question. I just wrote to Dear Holmes again saying, please give me the solution to that Dear Holmes letter so I can share it with the channel. And it's just total radio silence. So I think maybe we are not going to meet tomorrow at Sunday at 1 p.m. If I happen to get up, we will. Otherwise, we may just skip Sunday. Boy, I really hope we can get back to it. But, yeah, I think maybe sacrifices have to be made for us to do this Hunt a Killer, and that may mean Sunday afternoon gets sacrificed for the first time in maybe a year or so that we've missed a Sunday session. We'll see. We'll see. Thank you for your company. Thank you for your help. You've still got time to catch up if you want to join tomorrow's session, but I probably will schedule this soon for Sunday night. Let's see how it goes. Keep your doors locked. Do not let your spirit fly away during your dreams. And I'll see you next time.